Mande. मी आता कॅन्सलच करूया बुक स्टॉप.
Host at the okay. सर तुमचं दोन्ही चालू शकत आवाज स्पीकर आहे नाही टेकू नका ते
आवाज क्लियर आहे का? हॅलो.
हो येस सर.
आवाज क्लियर आहे ना?
येस सर. येस सर.
Yes, sir.
व्हेरी गुड.
We are beginning, sir.
मला वाटते 60 पार्टिसिपेंट आलेले आहेत. हॅलो.
Yes, sir.
60 पार्टिसिपेंट जॉईन झाले.
हो. Just in 5 minutes we will start.
Yes, sure.
पहिलीच्या पद्धतीने कुठे त्या सगळ्यांनी ज्याने ज्याने केलं त्यांनी
I think let's start. Good morning to everyone. I hope you are listening to me. Welcome.
Good morning, sir. Just one moment, sir. Shailesh, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, there is an echo in your voice. I think there are multiple devices in your vicinity.
Yeah. I will take care of that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Let's start, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good morning to everyone. I am Shailesh Bagdane from Java College. The concept is formulated when we were preparing for the syllabus, and it's an opportunity for all of us here in Java College to organize such a wonderful workshop under the auspices of the BOS and the chairman of the BOS, Sudhir Nikam sir. At the outset, I welcome all those dignitaries, all those resource persons who are present in this meeting. Today's workshop has been conceptualized to acquaint all those members what has gone in the process of making the syllabus. And this is a wonderful opportunity as well as to share our opinions and thoughts And that is what this is a kind of a platform that we opted for. Actually, this concept was formulated to organize through the offline mode, but due to some reasons, it was switched on the online platform. So I welcome all the dignitaries here, and I request the principal of my college, Dr. M.R. Mesram sir, to please deliver a welcome address. Over to Mesram sir.
Okay, thank you very much. The coordinator of the today's conference, Mr. Bagdane, sir, Head of Department, English, Honorable Chairman, Board of Studies in English, Dr. Sudhir Nikam, sir, Honorable Members of Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai, and all dear participants. Very warm good morning and welcome to one and all to this workshop. In this online workshop, I personally congratulate and appreciate the work of Honorable Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir and the all Honorable Board of Studies members, those who are taken keen interest to planning and organizing such wonderful workshop and given opportunity to this rural college. Thanks. You know, the English is an international language. During this globalization era, maximum people are adopted worldwide English language for better communication. Now, the interest of people. Now the interest of peoples for learning English language is increased day by day. The English language helps to maintain educational quality, personality development, learning leadership qualities, job opportunities, and many more avenues. Therefore, the subject expert of the English language have more responsibilities for incorporating the appropriate valuable subject content in the syllabi, so that students may get and learn outstanding knowledge in the relevant subject. While organizing such type of workshop, definitely it will get the solution for smooth implementation of syllabus. I'm sure in this workshop, all the respected speakers and participants will be very good dialogue and synthesize the syllabi meaningfully, and it will be helpful more to the all learners. In this context, I must be appreciate the initiation work done by Mr. Bagdane as a coordinator of this workshop. Similarly, the wonderful work is doing by our college technical team of the faculties, especially Mr. Vakchaure, Mr. Sinde, Mr. Kadlak, and Mr. Sudharma Kale, to connecting all the participants to this workshop. Similarly, I extend my deep sense of gratitude toward the authorities of University of Mumbai for providing all kind of support and financial assistance to this workshop. Last but not the least, once again, I extend my best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome speech. I now request, moving on to the chairman of the BOS, Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir, to please address from your part. You can unmute yourself, sir, and then you can deliver. Please, sir. Honorable
Thank you.
Chairman Sudhir Nikam sir. Yeah.
So thank you, Mr. Bagdane, for such a nice introduction. Let me congratulate the Gokhale Education Society's Arts, Commerce and Science College. Let me congratulate Gokhale Education Society's Arts, Commerce and Science College, Jawhar, for taking an initiative to organize online workshop on revised syllabus for SY BA in English. Mr. Shailesh Bagdane, who is also a part of the syllabus framing committee, was in touch with me since last 7 to 8 months, and he was very keen in organizing the workshop in his own college. So I'm thankful to him for taking such a nice initiative. It would have been more better if had it been organized in offline mode, but since we had a very short time in our hand and the training of this syllabus was essential to be imparted at the earliest, so at least we thought it convenient to have it in online mode. So let me thank the principal of the college, Mr. Dr. M.R. Meshram, Dr. Shailesh Bagdane, for organizing this virtually, although in a very systematic manner. So friends, syllabus framing, implementation, and its introduction to the students and getting a feedback from the students, it is a continuous process. So whenever there is a revision in the syllabus, many policies are refined, many policies are redefined and altered. So in the similar way, we started the Board of Studies in English of the University of Mumbai, started the work in 2020 to revise the syllabus right from FY to TY. So last year we have introduced the syllabus of FYBA communication skills in English, in which we have tried to impart LSRW skills to the students and tried to build confidence, oral and written. So let me beg pardon for certain noise around the place where I'm sitting. My sincere apologies. So there is, we have tried to impart different perspectives looking at the texts, digital medium of communication. As far as the syllabus of FY BA optional English is concerned, we have tried to introduce the students with major genres. So right from FY BA major English to SY BA major English 2 papers, we have tried to expose the students to major genres. So in FY, you have introduction to prose and fiction. In SY, you have introduction to drama and introduction to poetry. So these 3 papers will be introducing the students to different genres, different ways of writings across nations. So literatures from different nations are being introduced to the students in order to give a broad perspective of literatures written at every corner of the world. So what will happen when the students will study these papers in FY and SY, students will get a proper exposure to various genres, as well as the selected pieces of writings from different nations. So in SYBA, apart from 2 optional English papers like Introduction to Drama and Introduction to Poetry, we have also revised the syllabus of applied components. Apart from ancillary, applied components have been also revised to make it in tune with the contemporary developments. The papers like Business Communication for SYBA, Mass Communication for SYBA, Introduction to Journalism, Public Relations, Women's Studies, and Introduction to Advertising. These are the courses that are being introduced to the SYBA students who opt for applied components. So these are also being revised, keeping the latest development in the syllabus and making the students aware of various development that are and challenges that are going to they are going to face. So friends, once the foundation of the students at FY and SY becomes strong, then at TY level, we are going to introduce the students with advanced and specialized courses. So very soon, we are going to submit the final draft of TYBA major English syllabus. It's almost ready. Within a week, the syllabus will be submitted to the University of Mumbai. So I am very happy to mention here and take a pride that all the members of the syllabus subcommittee at EY also, they have also contributed significantly. New papers are being introduced to the students, and I'm sure that even the teachers will be happy, and they will definitely enjoy teaching the new papers like Indian literature, which is being introduced at TY level, then literary theory and criticism, then structure of modern English, translation studies, introduction to cultural studies, contemporary British literature, contemporary American literature. Then in interdisciplinary component at TY level, we have introduced the papers like literature and science, media studies, teaching methods for English, and tribal studies. So friends, some of the papers which I mentioned have been introduced for the first time, at least in the universities in Maharashtra, like teaching methods for English. For example, those students who wish to do B.Ed immediately after their BA, they can opt the paper like teaching methods for English, the colleges where 6 units are available, or tribal studies. So Mumbai University covers many colleges which are in the tribal belts. So I am happy that the college where I am delivering this introductory remarks is situated in a tribal belt. So the paper like tribal studies or tribal literature and culture will be definitely beneficial to the students who come from tribal communities, and since the college is from tribal communities, I'm sure they will offer such courses in their college. So apart from the revision of different papers, right from FY BA to PhD, pre-PhD coursework, the Board of Studies in English of University of Mumbai, with the help of its members and syllabus subcommittee members, I am really very happy to say that the syllabus subcommittee that had been constituted by the BOS covered almost all the teachers. If I'm not wrong, not a single teacher has been left out from the syllabus subcommittee. Directly or indirectly, in one or the other course, every teacher is being involved in framing the syllabus, may it be revision of the syllabus, or it may be the introduction of new courses and programs. So if you talk about different courses that we have introduced to the academic fraternity, apart from various certificate courses, we have also introduced the diploma courses like Diploma in Corporate English, Digital Humanities, Diploma in English for Freelancers, English for Hospitality and Tourism, Diploma in English, Teaching English Language to the Young Learners, Soft Skill Development, Journalistic Writing, Legal Translation, International English Language Proficiency, Diploma in Information and Media Literacy. Friends, I'm very happy to say, or rather proud to say, that after completion of these diplomas, I'm sure that the students will get a decent job. So the real end of a teacher, real achievement of a teacher is when the students secure certain jobs in the market. So for example, the course like English for Hospitality and Tourism is going to be very popular, especially in Konkan belt, where there is a huge opportunity in tourism sector. So we can think of introducing such diploma. And I'm very happy that many colleges have sent their proposals, and some of the colleges have already been given the recognition or approval of the university for running these courses. And the Arts, Commerce and Science College of Gokhale Education Society at Jawar is also running one of the certificate courses that have been introduced by the Board of Studies of the University of Mumbai. So friends, apart from these, recently we have submitted some postgraduate diplomas, and these postgraduate diplomas cover variety of subjects which are untouched by many of the universities, which include postgraduate diploma like critical animal studies, or postgraduate diploma in diaspora and transnational studies, disability studies, Indian aesthetics, India-Canada studies, memory studies, post-human studies, trauma studies, among others. So these are some of the diplomas and postgraduate diploma. Apart from this, we have introduced 3 master's degrees: MA in Translation Studies, MA in Cultural Studies, and MA in English Language Teaching, that is ELT. So these degrees will be definitely useful to the students of the University of Mumbai, and I'm sure that many colleges will apply for the affiliation of these courses, and the real end, the real achievement of the Board of Studies or the University of Mumbai is not just in introduction of these courses and programs, but in its implementation. How many colleges offer these programs and courses at their college level or university department level? That is more going to be more accountable rather than introduction of these courses. So friends, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to interact with you, and for letting me introduce you some of the development that the Board of Studies in English has taken. I wish the organizers for great day ahead, and I'm sure that the deliberation that is going to happen during the technical sessions will definitely be useful to the teachers and students across the University of Mumbai. So thank you so much. Over to Dr. Bagdane.
Bagdane sir, unmute
Thank
kara.
you, sir, for your wonderful insight into what has gone into the making of this syllabus framing. Entire concept that you have explained in a very detailed one, and I believe that you are a secular person who has given opportunity to every sections of the colleges as well as faculty members to implement their ideas and what has gone into the making of the syllabus, as well as the faculty members are directly working on the field. They are teaching in classroom transactions and what were the so-called issues and problems that the students are facing. So you have taken, and all those syllabus framing committee members have taken the account of all these features. So it is going to reflect in your syllabus framing, and that has really made this syllabus as a very democratic and secular type. It takes care of all types of students, right from the tribal as well as to the city students. So it is very well constructed under the chairmanship of yours. Definitely, this will definitely change the entire days ahead. I am very thankful for your delightful insights. Now, moving ahead, I would like to announce that this session are going to be streamlined on YouTube. Those who cannot be accommodated on the Zoom meeting can watch on the YouTube. Moving ahead, sir, by your kind permission, I would like to invite the resource person, Dr. Satyavan Hanegave from KG Somaya College, Arts and Commerce, Vidyanagar, Mumbai, to please deliver his session on the introduction to drama.
Thank you, Shailesh, sir.
I request Satyavan Hanegave, sir,
Yeah.
please, sir, unmute yourself and you can share from your end. Thank you.
Am I audible to you all?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Well, Honorable Principal Meshram, sir, from a Jawahar College, respected Chairperson, Board of Studies in English, Professor Sudhir Nikam, members of the Board of Studies, the teachers in the Jawahar College, those who have been in supporting for this workshop, the heads of the department of the various English department across the University of Mumbai, and all my teacher fellows, those who have joined here in this virtual one-day workshop. So a very good morning to all of you. And really, it's a privilege for me to be associate with the Board of Studies in English, because I have witnessed in the last 3 years the dynamic and the most wanted change that was required for especially learning English in the University of Mumbai. The hordes of programs, courses, especially certificate, diploma programs have been framed, formulated, and have been implemented. I think if we all compare the entire working of the BOS in the history of the University of Mumbai, we could see that such a huge Herculean task that the Board of Studies of English under the leadership of Professor Sudhir Nikam has achieved. And I think this is more than enough to say anything. We have seen that there is a program in the MA in Translation Studies, Cultural Studies, and even MA in English Language Teaching, diploma programs for the various skill enhancement, the certificate courses for skill enhancement, and many other changes which have taken place and which have completely changed the entire structure, and which was very much inevitable at this juncture, especially when we are moving ahead with the national education policy. So I just say that this is, I think, the most tremendous task that the Board of Studies of English has done as on today. So thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful the gift for all the teachers in English. Yeah, moving ahead with the syllabus revision of SYBA drama. When this basic idea of going for the drama was encapsulated in the beginning, there was actually a little bit confusion in the minds of all of us, especially when it was this task was allotted to me to convene the entire the members, especially the young members, those who joined for this framing of the syllabus. We initially were a little confused that what kind of syllabus is we are supposed to introduce. Basically, if you see the drama, it was used to be always one unit in the undergraduate program, but drama as a whole in a course, especially for undergraduate student, this was a little, I think, a very tricky task for all of us to do with this. But we understood that drama is, of course, a performing art, and this has always been considered as an outlet for self-expression and a way of learning. So this drama has always been an effective tool in understanding and also making involvement of intellectual capacity of a learner, his physical capacity, his social capacity, his emotional capacity, and also making him to involve with all these capacities in the classroom and making it as a tool is what we thought of in the beginning. Basically, if we all, I think we are all the teachers of the English literature, and we do understand what kind of a challenges that we face in the classroom. We try to even take into consideration, especially when we have to make our student to understand drama as a means of creativity, as a means of a problem solving technique in a literature, and also to make them or we can say we provide them an outlet, especially for their emotions, thoughts, their dreams, and to express themselves and to associate themselves with the authors that which we are proposing them to study with. And these were, I think, the things which actually could make us think more on these aspects. And we tried to initially, when we started working on this drama, we had kind of a view of why not to introduce only Southeast Asian drama or Southwest Asian or South Asian drama, or maybe Asian drama as such, and maybe to have only an English drama or an Indian English drama. So I think these were some of the tentacles they always used to rise, and again this to settle down, and we were unable to come out to a final conclusion that what can be done. Because it was actually we felt then later that why not we shift to a very basic means of making this course as an instrument for the student, especially to explore a new role, especially to try out and experiment with various the choices the learner can have. Or maybe the learner will try to understand the basic things like the characters within the drama, or the various movements that drama is associated with, or also to make them imagine about the creativity, or to foster some of the kind of a critical thinking, or maybe to evaluate the ideas that the drama is trying to project them through, and also to discover the kind of a conflict that drama is trying to propose for the learner. Or at the least one, what we thought of was why not this instrument be considered as enhancing the communication skill and improving the literary skills. That's how we just come to a final conclusion, and we started working on it on this paper, or this course called as a Introduction to the Drama. We had in mind that student, and especially all the teachers, they all implement the various kinds of teaching pedagogies, including dramatic plays, or maybe making them to have they develop some kind of a scene inside, or maybe to bring out some real events in the classroom and enact those real events, or dramatize the various scenes all across and all together. Also, and some of the time we also try to make that we try to bring in some famous figures in the classroom. So this is a way how we we try to settle down. And my colleagues, those who helped us, helped me to, or the entire board of studies to come out with this kind of a syllabus is Dr. Panchila Mahale, Dr. Anil Sunavne, Dr. Sheetal Kumar Gaikwad, Mr. Shankar Pandurang Khobre, Mr. Surendra Athavle, and all of them gave a very valuable inputs, and they tried to study and then find out various resources where we all can get in touch with and can accommodate them together to make this course a very learner friendly, and also make them to learn the literature in total. So that was the basic idea. Of course, I just while in my introduction I said these are some of the objectives that which we thought of when we were trying to design this drama. I understand almost all the Bloom's taxonomy may not be implemented in this course, but at least 4 skills can be obtained on this through these objectives, either by understanding the various types, the trends, the characteristics, the skill of appreciation of a drama, or maybe imbibing some of the human values and the analytical skills which is essentially required to understand the literature. So this is how the learner will be enabled through all of these objectives. And that was what we expected to have this as an outcome. With this, actually, let us move ahead with the basic, starting with what was the unit 1. Of course, I have not made any kinds of new things. This is just a pasting of the entire content here in the this slide, so that I can also give you some hints of from where these kinds of the content can be accessed with. The unit 1 and unit 1 of this semester 2 and semester 3 and semester 4. The first will be, of course, it is the basic understanding can be given for the concept, the definition, the significance of a drama, maybe how a drama has been originated. Again, here, when we are trying to talk about, our intention was, why not the learner be introduced with the origin of a drama in the from classical period to the modern period. Just in a nutshell, idea can be given to them, how a drama from a Greek period to the modern drama has been evolved over a period of a time, and then also to make them understand the various concepts associated with the drama, is a plot, or this and others, like would you say character, act and scene, soliloquy, aside, music, chorus, lights, mask, blah blah blah. So the basic idea why this was introduced is learner, especially one who is coming at an undergraduate level, he is not much aware about these terms. Maybe he might have studied a drama as just a chapter in his senior school or senior secondary school. But students coming from a CBSE and ICSE boards, they do have a separate course called as a drama if they have obtained for standard English, that is because core English, and then there is another English literature as one of the subject. But when we consider the learner across the University of Mumbai, right from Sindhurg even to the Mumbai, we have a variety of a learner. So even balancing this kind of a learner is a very important task. So that is the reason we felt we just have a basic understanding of these concepts for the learner, and let the learner start understanding what is a drama, that is in general. The second, drama as a genre of a literature. So that was the basic idea in this unit 1. And also in semester 4, unit 1 is an extension of what unit 1 was taught in the semester 3. It's again, it is, you can say an extension of like types of drama based on their content, function, theme, style, etc. And then here, the new concepts like interlude, chronicle plays, types of plays especially, but they are to be introduced to the learner, so that learner is able to differentiate between these different kinds of types of plays, so that at least in a basic idea if we can give, so he will be able to identify that what kind of a play that he is going to study here, and how he can how he will be able to differentiate the characteristics of each play. So that was just an idea. The few this is, I know this, when we are trying to look into unit 1 and unit 2, it looks like to be that cloud of these terms and concepts have been put into these units, and sometimes it becomes a little difficult even for a teacher also to take up all these, because we all have lots of idea. When I'm talking about a history play, it can go on into an entire lecture. But the idea of the syllabus drafting committee is only to introduce these terms. So at the best, what I suggest all of you is, let us only stick to introduction of these kinds of plays, rather than going into the nuances of all of them. So what we can do, we have some of the resources which you can make utilize with. So this entire slide consists of so many resources that which every teacher can use. And I have also, tried to bring the PDF forms and also some of the internet resources. So this PDF form of this slide will be shared with all of you at the end of this session, and then you always can access these resources. And of course, these resources are in an open, public domain, and anybody can access these. So here you have some of the resources which can be used to teach these concepts, which we have introduced in the unit 1 of semester 3 as well as in semester 4. So also, besides all of them, I always suggest you MH Abrams is the best one to have here. And also there is Alan Lewis, this reading modern drama, or an anthem of glossary of literary terms in theory, especially if you see Auger Peters. This is again the book. And Understanding Drama is by Brooks, the Rootless Dictionary of Literary Terms, the Anatomy of Drama, and these many resources also can be used for understanding and then teaching them the different concepts. So now moving to the unit 2, especially the unit 2 is of course is a very important one. If you could see that, we started with Oedipus Rex. Of course, the idea of Oedipus Rex, we all understand this is an Athenian tragedy of written by Sophocles, and the very idea is to make them understand a Greek classical concept of the drama. So that, because when we are trying to introduce them to the drama, also we have to make them understand what does this Greek classical drama, and then elements of the Greek classical drama through this. And because these dramas are having a very innate kinds of characteristics which have been followed over a period of a time, and even in the Greek drama as well as even the classical Indian dramas too, because they all stand to the test of what Aristotle has proposed about the dramatic techniques, and then this one. But this actually the choice of this Oedipus Rex was also from a different point of view, because Oedipus Rex has always been thought to be as one of a psychological analytical tool. And this Oedipus Rex kind of a concept which has been developed, we understand. So maybe that is one to understand how the things can help the student to unfold that kind of a literary book or literary work can also become a base of understanding the psychology of an individual, or psychological say construction of an individual behavior. So that is one idea. Besides that, there are lots of fate, free will, tragic flow, which is there in the in this drama, will also help them to it. So that is the understanding basically which went into this, and then we thought of to introduce the Sophocles here. Whereas the idea for John Galsworthy's this strife, basically this strife is a 3-act play written by the John Galsworthy, and this was the most successful play. And see, now you will be very surprised that one of the drama, and in option to the other drama, is the one is one classical one and the other one is the modern drama. So why these two different kinds of ends have been brought together? Well, friends, the idea is just not to stick you or compartmentalize into only one kind of a place, but also take you to either to choose between of them. If if a teacher is not comfortable or his learner are not interested in going for a classical, they can go for a modern dramas like this also. So this strife, this actually, if you see that this drama was actually introduced in the beginning of the 20th century, in the 20th century, and this was the most successful one kind of a play. And you can say that this actually the play revolves around the various ideas of the labor laws or labor union or strikes in the factories, etc. Especially when the rise of the Marxism was very much there in the beginning of the 20th century. So this is the reason why not we bring the learner to this kind of dramas. So anyway, this is again, as I said, this is the various resources available for these kinds of, even if you choose Sophocles or John Galsworthy's strife, you have almost all the resources available on, even in the internet also, and also there are many books have also been in circulation. So we don't have any dearth of the resources for this kind of a unit. And when we are
Hello, sir. Your voice is not being heard. You are not audible, sir. Hello. You are not audible, sir. Satyavan, sir. Yeah. Please share your screen, sir.
Four has been thrown out of the meeting.
Okay. Moving on. We will move ahead. Let's wait for him to rejoin again.
Oh, there yeah,
Okay, let's hope that he will join again. By then, we are going to start for the next session, which I am going to deliver. I am Professor Shailesh Bagdane. I have been a part of my syllabus that we have collaboratively developed under the leadership of Deepa Mishra ma'am, as well as we have a wonderful so-called interaction during the presentation, and that has gone into the making of our syllabus. Let me share my screen.
हॅलो अरे कुणाच ऐकू येत नाही सगळ्यांचे प्रॉब्लेम तेच आहेत नाव थोडे बनवून सगळ्यांचे
So we are going to have a kind of a discussion that that we certainly have framed when certain issues that come up during the discussion, certain frames of mind that come up during the discussion. And it is different opinions and so-called reasons that have contributed in the entire selection process of the text, or especially the poetry. So we are going to get into what has gone into the making of this, what the skills and what are the different types of training that the student should get. It is aimed at to train the students to appreciate the poetry. It is aimed to introduce the students to different genres and forms of poetry, as well as how to appreciate a poem, what are the basic devices for analyzing the poems, how to sensitize towards, say, appreciation of the poetry. So all these things that have developed in the thorough discussion. And while working through so-called the examples from the various perspectives, we have decided that let's introduce this particular poem. Let's have some technical features. Let's have some reflections from the movement. Let's have some different types of so-called variety of the representing the cultures, the issues, the social issues. So everything that we have seen are the deliberations that we have discussed. And all these we have aimed to develop the students and certain skills that the student should possess. So these are some of the objectives that we have seen. After learning this so-called course, what are going to be the course outcomes? The students are expected to have some first-hand knowledge of different genres as well as forms of poetry, as well as to appreciate the poems by having various components, parts, and investigations of relations. What are the so-called wide range of poetry or different forms of poetry, historical periods, what are the different say perspectives in the historical context have reflected in their respective poetry. What are the major poets? Means we have selected the poetry from the wide range of this whole world that has been covered. It is not just restricted to the Indian poetry or not to the Commonwealth poetry or the British poetry. We tried to deliberate. So moving on, so these are the certain issues that have gone into the making of the syllabus, as well as what are the so-called expected so-called skills that the student should possess. So we have brought this so-called representative poetry from the different so-called regions as well as countries. So certain issues that have come up and why it is to have a first-hand knowledge of all those terms. So we have tried to incorporate as much as possible the different perspectives, different voices, or suppose a subjective type of persona or voice, the poet's attitude towards that subject and how he approached the theme. So these are the some of the issues that we have tried to cover in the first unit, that is elements of poetry. Turns of speech, the voice, persona, tone, mood. It is definitely going to reflect in making the poetry much more connotative. It has some relevance that is outside the poetry, and that is so-called is reflected in the so-called connotation and denotation, symbols and imagery, allegory, figurative language means how to appreciate these so-called devices, what is gone into the making of the poem, and how it can be technically analyzed. So the objective of this unit is to introduce students the key areas of the poetry. So it is expected to define terms, explain the concepts, and help students understand the importance of these terms in reading a poem. Our objective in having this background is to explicate such a component through the analysis of several examples and some preferably canonical works of literature. While approaching the prescribed texts along with the themes of the student should be made aware of how expression of an imagery or language in general in a work of literature, and how the word, how the terms, or how the devices in general conveys meaning and help the students to understand the theme through accumulated meanings and how it is, the meaning is accrued. The way in speech we understand if someone likes or dislikes us through the tone of their voice. So poetry is an expression of this tone. Poetry also achieves the same effect in conveying the attitude of the speaker in the poem towards his or her subject. The tone captures the mood of the poem. It may be, as we have seen, sarcastic, it may be sad, it may be playful, it may be joyful, it may be elegiac, it may be nostalgic, it may be loving, bitter, and so on. So these aspects of the tone, voice, and persona, that is the part of this so-called background. The mood is definitely it's dependent on author, how the author creates in a literary work, how the intention of evoking certain emotions and feelings from the reader. The tone, that is an attitude of the author towards the subject, towards the audience. So let's have some mood or voice. The students may be able to judge on their own part. So after having gone through the poem, the students will be able to understand what is the mood of the author, what is the mood of the poet, what is the voice, or what are the tones that always comes up in a poet. There may be some prejudicial. So we have some examples from neoclassic era. So the student should know who is speaking to us, who is the fictional figure that the students are listening to through the poem. So these aspects are being catered in the selection of these so-called. We want this unit 1 as as a detailed one. We are spending we have spent lots of time on deliberations on these issues, because these unit 1 is going to be important for the selection. These are the background. This may be kind of a structure or the basic blueprint we can call. On the basis of that, we have selected the prescribed poems next. That is in the second and third. So describe voice and persona. It stands for the voice, the narrator towards the subject, attitude, his nature of thoughts and views and feelings, speaking voice in a poem. What is his approach towards the subject matter and even to the actions in the poem? So all these features will be covered in this. So after studying these so-called issues, the students will be able to judge and write something about what is the mood of the poem, what is the mood of the author, or what is the tone of the poem. So these issues are going to be reflected in the poem that has been prescribed. Then diction, as we all are familiar with it, diction goes through the selection process, the choice of words, which conveys his meaning, how the words are reflected, what type of word and how it is getting denotated, and what it stands for, what it conveys the meaning. So connotation is also one of the part that we have. There are other technical devices that the poet is simultaneously using. These are imageries, symbols, allegory, as well as figurative language that we have seen. The technical figures of speech, we have seen simile, personification, alliteration, all those. So they contribute towards the emotional meaning of the poet. And that is what the use of figurative language or the use of figures of speech certainly make the poet whole. So this figurative language that we expect the student should go, of course, we expect at the same time that the student should go in literary terms. So it is a Bible, we can say it. All we English people call. We have to read and read. So these are devices that we are going to study, as well as the student should be able to say, use these devices. Okay. Then music is also one of the part of this syllabus. The choice of words, the choice of musical words, the lyric type of emotion, lyric type of poetry conveys the emotions. The words that's directly springs from the poet's heart. It gives the rhyme, it gives the rhythm, or the word is associated with the sound. The emotions are conveyed by the sounds, and all these features are expected the student should learn. So what are the rhyme schemes, or how the rhythm of the poem has been organized by the poet? So these are some of the points we have categorized in the two types of so-called elements of poetry and types of verse. So types of verse is also important from the students' perspective, as these are the students who are going to learn at the initial stage. They are not familiar with the forms of poetry, or what are the types of poetry that they see, what are the different distinctive and different characteristics of each and every poetry. So the characteristics are to be studied. What are the features that makes the epic? What are the features that make so-called lyric? Or what are sonnets, and what type of sonnets are there? So we expect these important forms of poetry the student should be able to understand. At the same time, elegy, ode, what does it mean by ballad? Or what are the features of the dramatic monologue? Or and any so-called free verse type of poetry. So we have this as we have these points as an elements. So these definitely will form all our detailed so-called teaching will enable the students to find out these elements in their respective poetry, representative poetry that we have selected in the syllabus framing. Then moving on to, I'm not going to so-called talk on the actual text that we have selected, because these are the selection that are representing what is gone into the earlier slide. So these texts definitely are chosen from and judged on the basis of whether there should be ambitious one, or it should be useful and even understandable for the students. So we have taken this care, and as well as we have also taken into account the length of the poem also. So I'm not here to, so our senior faculty members are there, they are quite experienced in this field, but there are some participants who are new entrant in the field. There are new so-called lecturers and professors who are we have just started their career. So it is going to be a platform for all those members who are involved in the teaching process, who are part of this teaching process. And we expect that there should be an interaction between the senior faculty members and the junior faculty members. Senior faculty members are there to guide to the juniors one. So I'm not here to tell how to teach, but I will just acquaint all those things that have gone into the making of the syllabus. So in vocation, we, instead of having a paradise lost certain lines, it will be a lengthy one for the SYBS students. Just have some glance at the invocation. Invocation, it's a beginning, and it's an invocation of the muse for the poetic, the goddess of poetry. And it is definitely will acquaint all the students to go into reading and what are the characteristics of the epic. Then we have Robert Frost wrote Not Taken, a simple one. Its philosophy is reflected. We have the example representative, so-called Spenserian sonnet in Main Call You Fair, that has been selected from Amoretti. William Shakespeare, sonnet number 13. So it is Shakespearean sonnet. Walt Whitman, that we have studied, most of the faculty members may have gone through. Walt Whitman's Oh Captain, My Captain is an elegy, and it is composed in free verse. So it's a representation of that draft to this is also one of the old type of beauty, old type of poem, and W.B.X. is the song of wandering Angus. It is, of course, a lyric poem. So then we have unit third, Duncan's Label, Damn Sans Mercy, Alfred Lord Tennyson's Ulysses. These are remarkable and masterpieces of the respective poetry. Now, edited on why there should be all those so-called British poetry or poetry from America. Let's have some Indian poets also. So it's a freedom, and this freedom definitely will choose some meaning in the present context that we are going to celebrate 75 years of Indian. So definitely Rabindranath Tagore's freedom will have certain so-called meaning in the context, in the present context. Sarojini Naidu's Indian verse. So this is also one of the representative poem. We have African type of literature, and they are distinctly, although they are distinctly, we have some common features in African as well as Inca. So let's study some Afro-American, Afro-African literature. To my first white hairs, Neruda's You Start Dying Slowly, Nissim Ezekiel's Enterprise. So these poetry are going to be the representative poetry. So during this entire so-called poetic selection, we have deliberated the significance of each poet. There may be some technical issues, there may be some movement, or there may be some peculiar technical features that the student should get acquainted through the poem. And that was the central idea in the selection process of every poetry. So for the semester third, the evolution pattern, as all we must know, the syllabus has been circulated to you. So this, everyone is quite familiar with this. It is at the end of the semester third syllabus. These are some sample questions. All those who wish to take the screenshot, if you want to some guidelines, can take the screenshot of this so-called slide. So this is just a sample question. You can prepare on your own, or you may have some different perspectives or angles to ask on the prescribed syllabus. So you can ask them. Then these are the broad questions that we have aligned with what has gone into this particular slide. So question number 2, that is going to be essay type of question on unit third, and question number 3 will be on unit third. So 1 out of 3, it will carry 20 marks. So accordingly, we have prepared this sample question. So this is not the end of all. You can apply your own understanding and concept while formulating these questions, or by going through the literate text, you definitely will come to know what approaches that you can ask for, what are the themes, or what are the technical features of the poetry that that is solely the paper setter's job. So like this, we have this semester third. Then we have semester 4. Again, in the semester third, we have seen that it's a formal type of, it's a formal type of so-called terms that we have incorporated, the forms of poetry, as well as different types of genres. And in semester 4, we have seen there are certain poetic movements world across. We have trends and movements in poetry. Suppose modernism is reflected in British poetry, or American modernism is also there. At the same time, when modernism was there, there were certain, so the winds were blowing across the world. So we have, under the invasion of, or under the British colonial powers, we have Indian modernism. Indian modernism, there are certain features of Indian modernism that we have tried to incorporate. So what are the features of modernism that are reflected in the poetry? Examples like war poetry, Harlem Renaissance, that is also reflected in so these are the issues that we see that has come up during the discussion. Let's have some poetic movements like imagism or symbolism, surrealism. We have representative poetry from confessional poetry. We have American confessional poetry as well as Indian confessional poetry. So let's incorporate them. We have deliberated on what should be the terms or what should be the movements. So we have gone through thorough deliberations. Poetry, of course, modernism in Indian English poetry. Indian poetry is from British poetry. It is at the same time reflecting the same trends and inclinations in Indian poetry too. So under the British impression, we have seen the modernism in Indian English poetry. So that also come up during the discussion. And these are some of the movements that we see. Accordingly, this framework are going to prescribe this literary text. So we deliberated on what should be the selection of the poetry, or how we had to go through the selection of this process, this entire process. So T.S. Eliot's Love Song of Alfred Prufrock. During discussion, we thought that this should be, because we also tried to see that we don't have to repeat again the poetry that has that are already been studied past few years. So let's keep them. So we have tried to innovate in some way. Then we have studied some of the issues that these poems are reflecting. So all those points are also included in this. Suppose Sunday morning is a type of a metaphysical type. It's a remarkable poem from American symbolism point of view. Kamala Das, an introduction, is an Indian so-called confessional poem. And Kamala Das, her life, it's autobiographical. So what are the things that Indian confessional poetry is all about? So this poem will deal with Arun Koletkar's The Bus is the bus has been selected from Jejuri. It's a modern India's wasteland. So it's a search for some spirituality or search for spirituality. It's a kind of a quest, and it's the first beginning of that poetry. Now, by going through these respective text poetry, these so-called dealt with. So accordingly, we have Gabriel Ocaraz. This is a very wonderful poem. It is a representation of the African culture, African spirituality, African kind of life. Do you know Achipi's refugee mother and child? This is also one of the that reflects. And of course, Derek Walcott's A Fry Cry from Africa. So these are some of the texts that have made the selection process, made some plus in the syllabus. Then we have evaluation pattern for semester 4. So it is already been circulated through the syllabus. Then we have this sample question paper for semester 4. So it will definitely provide some kind of a guidelines to all the members to this particular meeting. Questions, I would say, and it will definitely help all those members, as well as it's open to everyone. See, question paper pattern, the same. With this, we are at the end of this particular so-called session. So with this, we come to my end of my presentation. Now, moving on, I am also the host of, as well as I am comparing from my end. So here we conclude my session. I request next resource person for business communication, Professor Kamlakar Chawansa.
Hello.
Department of English, Sant Rahul Maharaj, Mahavidyalaya, Kuda, District, Sindhudurg, to come up. Please share your thoughts. And
Hello. Hello, Dr. Shailesh.
I request the participants to keep your mic muted so that it will not.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
The ones are present here. You
Shailesh, sir.
Can unmute yourself, sir.
I have unmuted and Deepa ma'am wants to say something to you, sir. Shailesh,
Yeah.
sir, please.
Yeah. If I can get 2 minutes, I just want to speak a little about. So if I have the permission, I will like to speak for 2 minutes. Shailesh, sir. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes.
So before we proceed for the
Yes,
next
ma'am.
presentation, I need 2 minutes to speak. Yeah, so I would like to thank, first of all, I would like to thank Shailesh sir for a very detailed analysis and the detailed presentation of the syllabus on introduction to poetry. But before that, I before we move on to the next presentation, I would like to say something about in the process of making this syllabus. So when we are actually asked to introduce this syllabus, introduction to poetry, actually we we had a clear mandate from the Board of Studies chairperson Sudhir Nikam sir to make the syllabus really interesting for the students, so that students can generate interest for TY literature, and that was the prime objective. Then we realized that only when students would be able to appreciate poetry, only when they are aware of these very components, what makes poetry poetry, and that was the major focus. And we hello 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 am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah.
Yes,
So,
yes, ma'am,
You
you
are
are
audible.
audible.
You can go on.
yeah, so then we moved ahead from there. So our objective is, when a student is getting into literature, I always have noticed when they are shown the technical aspect of poetry, they really enjoy the classroom, because they really have a feeling that they have learned something out of it instead of only thematic analysis. So that is why our objective was to focus more on various elements and forms of poetry. So by the end of the course, actually students should have a feeling that yes, we have learned and we are different from an ordinary reader of poetry. So hence our request is to focus mainly on these components, and when the poems is prescribed in unit 2 and 3, so we, as Shailesh sir has already pointed out, that mood, tone, diction, attitude, all those things, even in the prescribed text should be discussed in the class, rather except only focusing on the thematic analysis. And because when the student is able to analyze the text, student knows why a poet has selected a particular form, not the other form. That also is very important, and the student would be able to recognize these features even if they are reading an ordinary poem somewhere, wherever they come across. So that was the objective, and Shailesh sir has already spelled out everything in detail. So my request is to approach the text from that perspective. Same thing with unit 4 also, the movements, how the poems capture the spirit of the movement and the general tendencies and characteristics. So that should be our major focus, and that's all. And I really take this opportunity to thank my members of this committee and as well as the Board of Studies for giving us the freedom as well as the direction, actually. And it is completely in line what we were briefed by the chairperson. So I would like to extend on behalf of the committee, my thankfulness to the chairperson, Dr. Sudhir Nikam. Thank you, sir. Please go ahead. Yeah. Thank you for the time you have given me. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Hello.
Kamlaka sir, please start your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Shailesh sir. Respected chairperson, Mesram sir, principal of this Jawahar College, the chairperson of Board of Studies, University of Mumbai, Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir, all the dignitaries, all the professors, and all the participants. I'm Dr. Kamlaka Chavan. Very good morning to all of you. I would like to deal with the presentation of business communication of SYBA. As far as the presentation of this paper is concerned, actually I am not the convener of this paper. Dr. B.N. Gaikwad, sir, is the convener of this committee, but as he was busy with his work, he has given me this responsibility to present the syllabus in this workshop. While dealing with the syllabus, we were given the responsibility, and we met for 4 to 5 times, and we came up with this draft, and we sent this draft to the Board of Studies, and with some suggestions from the Board of Studies, we finalized this draft. The committee was consisted of Dr. Balram Gaikwad as the convener, Dr. Arati ma'am as the member, Dr. Shamrao Wagmare, as the member, myself, Dr. Kamalakar Chauhan as the member, Mr. Mukesh Patil as the member, and Mr. Pankaj Kumar Patil as the member. Friends, the title of the name of the program is SYBA, and the course code for semester 3 is UABC 301, and in semester 4 it is UABC 401. Course title is Business Communication, paper 1 and paper 2. The credit structure, as far as the credit structure is concerned, there is intentionally I have pointed out this thing because in the syllabus draft provided on the website of the university, there is a mistake in semester 4. This course is introduced with 3 credits, but actually it is a mistake. Rather, this course is introduced with only 2 credits. We have 4 lectures per week, and as far as the scheme of examination is concerned, that is evaluation pattern, there are 5 questions of 20 marks each. As far as the course is concerned, we have while revising the syllabus, we have not made so many changes. Just we try to bring this syllabus into with the contemporary situation, and that is all. Friends, as far as the objectives of this course are concerned, the course aims to build up comprehensive understanding of business correspondence and conditions. It also aims to create influential oral, written, and practical skills among the students. It aims to develop the powerful utilization of communication technologies, and it also aims to equip students with the career skills such as collaborative working at the workplace, interviews, group discussions, and all these things. So we have tried to cover all these things. After the successful completion of this course, the learners will be equipped with as far as the outcomes are concerned, the learners will be equipped with the theoretical understanding of both business and communication, the business correspondence techniques, competency in effective use of media and electronic devices in business, interpersonal skills, presentation skills, oral and written communication, and listening skill. And along with this, so many other skills are also covered in the after the successful completion of this course. Now coming to the syllabus or course contents of this paper during semester 3, we have 5 units. The first unit is entitled as Theory of Communication, which has been allotted 5 lectures. The second unit is entitled as Communication at the Workplace, which has been allotted 29 lectures. A little bit bigger unit is this. This is a little bit bigger unit. Then the third unit covers new media in communication, which has been allotted 7 lectures, and Unit 4 covers business correspondence, which has been allotted only 14 lectures, and in Unit 5 we have covered paragraph writing and book review, which is to be covered in 5 lectures. Unit 1 covers the theory of communication, which in which we have included the concept of communication, meaning, definition, process, need, and feedback, as well as the concept of emergence of communication as a key concept in the corporate and global world. Unit 2 covers the communication at the workplace, where we have subdivided this unit into 6 subtopics, and this covers channels of communication, where we have included formal and informal, vertical, horizontal, diagonal, and gray point channels of communication, which is to be covered within 3 lectures. Subunit 2 consists of methods of communication, where we are supposed to deal with verbal, non-verbal, and visual methods of communication, which include kinesics, paralanguage, proxemics, silence, sign, signal, and symbols. This can be covered within 5 lectures. Subunit 3 consists of is on business etiquette, which covers office etiquette, internet etiquette, business card etiquette, handshake etiquette, and mobile phone etiquette, which is to be covered in 4 lectures. Then subunit 4 consists of barriers to communication and the ways to overcome them. In this subunit, various barriers like physical and environmental barriers to communication, semantic or linguistic barriers to communication, psychological and cross-cultural barriers to communication, and how to overcome these barriers that can be covered in 6 lectures. Subunit 5 consists of listening skills, where we are supposed to deal with what is listening, the process of listening, importance of good listening, how to develop effective listening skills, and obstacles to listening. This can be covered in 4 lectures. And the last subunit in this second unit is business ethics, which covers what is ethics, what is business ethics, what is the importance of business ethics at the workplace, then digital ethics, ethics in the international business, and corporate social responsibility. These points we can cover in 7 lectures. Then we come to the unit number 3, which is entitled as New Media in Communication. This unit can be covered in 7 lectures, which deals with impact of technology-enabled communication, video conference, which covers again Skype, Google Meet, GoToMeeting, and GeoMeet. Then social media, which covers WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Telegram, and blogs. We can deal with all these things with the concepts, their issues, their popularity, and their advantages and disadvantages. This can be covered in 7 lectures. When we come to unit number 4, we are having business correspondence. As far as business correspondence is concerned, this unit has been divided into 2 subunits, and the first subunit deals with theory of business writing, business letter writing, which can be covered in 5 lectures. In business in theory, we can cover principles of effective letter writing, parts of a business letter, and layout of a business letter. Here we are supposed to deal with only a full block letters, as all the other formats are quite aware, and as we try to introduce only full block letter in this syllabus. Then subunit 2 consists of personal correspondence, which is to be covered in 9 lectures. Actually, these lectures are allotted, but you are at liberty to enjoy the lectures. You may cover this syllabus maybe less than 5 lectures or maybe more than 5 lectures. And then when we come to the personal correspondence, we are supposed to deal with the job application letter and resume, letter of recommendation, letter of appointment, letter of acceptance of job offer, letter of appreciation, and letter of resignation. And all these letters are to be assessed in the examination as well. As far as unit number 5, that is the last unit in semester 3 is concerned, it is on paragraph writing and book review. Some of the members expressed their ideas. They came forward with their ideas saying that book reviews are to be introduced because it is one of the skills, and those skills must be there with the among the students. So book review is introduced newly in this syllabus. It is in the first subunit, that is paragraph writing, that is to be covered within 2 lectures. Hello. Hello. Am I audible, Shailesh sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Go on. All participants are requested to keep themselves muted, please.
Thank you, sir. Subunit 1 in unit 5 is consists of paragraph writing, which is to be covered in 2 lectures, which deals with developing an idea using appropriate linking devices, and cohesion and coherence. Subunit 2 in unit 5 consists of book review, which is to be covered in 3 lectures. What are the steps in writing a book review? which deals with introduction, summary, opinion, and conclusion. And the recommended books for this, 3 books are recommended for the book review. That is book number 1, APJ Abdul Kalam's The Wings of Fire, Pavitra Kumar's The Untold, Bhujia Barons, The Untold Story of How Haldiram Built a 5,000 crore empire, and book number 3, Stephen Covey's The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. When we complete the syllabus at the end of the semester, we are supposed to evaluate, and as far as the examination pattern is concerned, we have 3 hours examination, written examination, which is to be conducted for 100 marks. And this is the examination pattern, paper pattern of semester 3. In question number 1, we have subdivided this question into 3. Bit A consists of terms. Students are supposed to explain the terms in 2 to 3 sentences, and they are having choice of questions. We are supposed to set 8 questions. Out of 8, they will solve only 5 questions, any 5 questions. As far as the objective, these 8 questions are to be set on all the units, all the 5 units. Then question 1B consists of objective type questions. All the units are to be covered in these objective type questions as well. And question 1C consists of true or false. These B and C will be asked for 5 marks, and question 1A will be asked for 10 marks. Question 2 is on short notes on unit 1 and unit 3. And here we will ask 6 questions, and out of 6 questions, students will solve only 4 questions, and each question carries 5 marks. Question 3 is on essay type question. This will be asked on unit 2. Sorry, there is a mistake in typing. Essay type question is to be asked on unit 3, and we'll ask 3 questions. Out of 3, students will solve only 2. 10 questions, 2 questions carry 10 marks. In question 4, we have business correspondence, that is personal letters. We are going to ask 5 letters. Out of those 5 letters, students will solve only 4 letters. In this question, letter of recommendation, letter of appointment, letter of acceptance of job offer, letter of appreciation, letter of resignation are to be covered. Each question carries 5 marks. Question 5 consists of 3 sub questions. Question 5A consists of job application letter along with resume, which is to be asked for 10 marks, for 5 marks for job application and 5 marks for resume. Question 5B is on book review. It is to be asked for 5 marks. We will ask 2 book reviews. Out of 2, students will solve only 1. There is internal choice. And the last one is paragraph writing. As far as paragraph writing is concerned, we will give 2 topics. Out of those 2 topics, on 1 topic, students will write the paragraph. As far as coming to the semester 4, the course code of this paper in semester 4 is UABC 401. And again, there are 5 units. Unit 1 consists of is entitled as group communication. Unit 2 is public relations. Unit 3 is business correspondence. Unit 4 is report writing, and Unit 5 is language and writing skills. And these are to be covered in 60 lectures in all. In the first unit, that is group communication, we have allotted 26 letters because this one is the larger unit than the other units. Again, this unit has been divided into 3 subunits. Subunit 1 consists of group discussion and interviews. In group discussion, we are supposed to cover what is group discussion, effective participation in group discussion, role of the participants, and role of the evaluators. Then interviews, as far as the interviews are concerned, what is the definition of interview? What is the preparation of an interviewee, and what is the preparation of interviewer? Then types of interviews, which covers selection interview, appraisal interview, stress interview, exit interview, and online interview. And the third point in subunit 1 is concerned, it is on soft skills, which covers emotional quotient and conflict management. All these things are to be covered in 8 lectures. Subunit 2 is on meetings. As far as meetings are concerned, we are supposed to deal with this topic in 10 lectures, which covers need and importance of meetings, types of meetings, formal and informal meetings, then preparation and conduct of formal meetings, and group dynamics, then role of the chairperson, role of the participants, drafting of notice, agenda, and resolutions, secretary, types of secretaries, that is company secretary and private secretary, functions of secretaries. Subunit 3 is on committees and conferences, which is to be covered in 8 lectures. Committee, where we are supposed to deal with definition of committee, types of committees, advantages and disadvantages of committee. And the second point in this subunit is conference, definition of conference, organizing a conference, and advantages and disadvantages of organizing a conference. When we come to the second unit, it is on public relations. As far as public relations are concerned, here we are supposed to deal with this syllabus within 10 lectures, where we are supposed to focus on meaning of public relations, functions of the PR department, public relations department of an organization, qualification of a PRO, external and internal measures of promoting public relations, and crisis management. As far as crisis management is concerned, we are again supposed to deal with its definition, causes of crisis, types of crisis, stages in crisis management, and role of crisis manager. Unit number 3 is on business correspondence. As we have dealt already with the theory of business letter writing in semester 3, we haven't repeated that. Instead, we have dealt with only the business letters. And here we are supposed to deal with a letter of inquiry, letter of reply to inquiry, letter of complaint, claim and adjustments, sales letter, consumer sales letter, and consumer grievance letters, consumer grievance redressal letter. That is to be covered in 10 lectures. As far as unit number 4 is concerned, we have allotted 6 lectures, so it can be covered in 6 lectures. It is on report writing. And as far as report writing is concerned, we are supposed to deal with parts of a business report, feasibility report. There are two, we have only introduced 2 kinds of reports, that is feasibility report and investigative report. In this unit, we are supposed to deal with parts of a business report and 2 kinds of reports. The last unit in semester 4 is on language and writing skills. Again, it is divided into 2 subunits, which covers in subunit 1, we have covered presentation skills, which is more on which will focus more on practical of the presentation. That is presentation skills, which covers principles of effective presentation and use of PPT, as well as how to make effective PowerPoint presentation. We will teach to the students. And subunit 2 is concerned, as far as subunit 2 is concerned, it is interactive session, which is not to be assessed in the examination, but is to be dealt with in the lectures. We are supposed to conduct a group discussion and mock interviews for interactive sessions, which are not to be covered in the assessment. As far as the semester end examination pattern is concerned, again, as like semester 3, This theory exam will be conducted for 3 hours and for 100 marks. There will be no internal assessment, and here again we come to there is a little bit change between semester and examination pattern of semester 3 and semester 4. In question 1, we have dealt with short notes, 4 out of 6. These short notes will be based on group discussion, interviews, and meetings. And question number 2 will be on essay type. Will be essay type question, where there is again internal choice. We are supposed to ask 3 questions. Students will solve only 2 questions. Each question carries 10 marks. These essay type questions will be based on committees, conferences, and public relations. In question 3, we have to ask. We are supposed to ask personal letters. Students will be asked 5 letters. Out of 5 letters, students will solve 4 letters: letter of inquiry, letter of reply to inquiry, letter of complaint, claim and adjustment, sales letter, and consumer grievance redressal letter. In question number 4, we have divided question number 4 into 2. A will be on drafting notice, agenda, and 2 resolutions. The marking scheme is like drafting notice for 3 marks, agenda 3 marks, and 2 resolutions. For writing 2 resolutions, there will be 4 marks. Then question 4B is on report writing. 2 reports are to be asked, and out of 2, only 1 report will be solved. Only 1 question will be solved by the students. And here again, we are supposed to deal with the feasibility report as well as investigative report, and students will solve only 1, which will be asked for 10 marks. And question 5 is objective type questions, and explain the terms in 2 to 3 sentences. Again, in question 5A, we are supposed to cover the entire syllabus of semester 4, that is all the units. And here we will ask 8 questions. Out of 8, students will solve 5 questions, which carries 10 marks. Question 5B is on objective type. It's multiple choice questions, and it is to be asked on all units. All units are to be covered in this subunit as sub question as well, which will be asked for 5 marks. And question 5C will be true or false. It is again supposed to, in this sub question also, we are supposed to cover all the units. And this is question paper pattern for semester 5. Thank you. At the end, this is the end of the course contents of this paper. And I would like to thank all the participants for patience listening, and I would also like to express my sense of gratitude towards the convener of this paper who gave me this opportunity, and the organizers, organizing team, and the board, the chairperson of the Board of Studies, Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir, Dr. Gaikwad sir, Mesham sir. Thank you very much. Shailesh sir, over to you. Hello. Hello, Shailesh sir, are you there?
Yes, sir. Hello. We are moving on, sir. Thank you for those insightful lectures that have gone in the earlier so-called part of this sessions. Thank you for such an insightful and such a wonderful so-called opening up for the deliberations and for all those aspects that have gone through in the making of syllabus for business communication. Thank you for those inputs. I request now Dr. Sucharita Sarkama, HOD Department of English, DTSS College, Malad East, to deliver her lecture on mass communication. Over to Sucharita Sarkama. You can share your slide, ma'am. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I will share it in a minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
And the screen is also visible. So I can start?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you. So thank you, Dr. Bagdane, for inviting me. I am a replacement candidate. I am a member of this syllabus revision subcommittee. I'm not the convener. And I also thank the principal of Johar College. I thank the Board of Studies, especially the chairperson, Dr. Nikam, for giving all of us an opportunity to be a part of the revision committees, for making the the committees really inclusive. So I am here to present the SYBA Applied Component Mass Communication Syllabus, papers 1 and 2. So without further ado, I'll go to it. The committee consisted of Dr. Rajesh Karankal, who is the head of the department at the Department of English, University of Mumbai. He was the convener. Apart from him, we had Dr. Umesh Kumar Bagal, myself, Dr. Sucharita Sarkar, Dr. Rupa Deshmukhia, Mrs. Jordana Mirinda, Mrs. Runa Sajeev, and Mrs. Parveen Khan. And all of us deliberated and decided that there were lots of elements in the syllabus which were the very basics. So we had to retain them. We did not want to change them. But overall, we wanted to modernize the syllabus a bit and streamline the units a bit so that the students are more aware of the recent trends, because mass communication is a very fast changing field. And there have been lots of changes in the recent years, especially if you look at the area of digital mass communication, that is social media. So we wanted to the syllabus to reflect the modern trends, as well as to retain, what is known as classic mass communication, print, radio, and television and films. So we tried to maintain a balance between the old and the new. The learning objectives for us here was to introduce some major aspects of communication, mass communication, and basically mass media theories, mass communication industries, to introduce students to both the theoretical and practical aspects of mass communication, to develop a broad perspective of the past and present status of mass media in India, to comprehend different types of mass media and gain a critical understanding of the impact of mass media on Indian history, society, and culture, because ultimately the students are located in India, and global perspectives are important, but Indian perspectives are absolutely essential. To develop critical awareness of the ethics and ideologies in mass media products, because neutral is just a term, it does not exist. Everything in mass media is biased one way or the other. So if a student is equipped in a critical fashion, then they will be able to understand these biases, and it's very important that they do. To understand the mass media laws, so an awareness of the legal side of things and how these laws shape media practices, that's important. To introduce students to the application of social media, which is one of the major new trends in mass media, and to identify various career opportunities in the media industry, which, as Dr. Nikam said in the morning, it's very, very satisfying for a teacher to see a student employed in a suitable job. So this was, it's an essential component of the syllabus to gear them towards, the challenge of actually doing jobs related to mass media and mass communication. The outcome of the course is that we hope by the end of the course, the students will be able to critically analyze, understand various mass media products, and explore the various career opportunities in the media industry. So that's been our aim, as I said, both the theoretical and the practical aspects should benefit them. So as you know, the title is Mass Communication, Semester 3, Paper 1, 2-credit course, 4 lectures per week, and a total of 60 lectures per semester. So that kind of covers quite a large amount of time. So the syllabus needs to reflect that. Yeah, so the first unit, nature of mass communication, we've allotted 20 lectures for it. It covers from the basic communication itself, scope, need, and elements of communication. And then it shifts to mass communication, meaning, definition, and features of mass communication. Mass media theories, like cultivation theory, gatekeeping theory, magic bullet or hypodermic needle theory. Functions of mass communication, and these are important because we'll see the application of these functions in the later units. Entertainment, surveillance, education, interpretation, persuasion, socialization, opinion building. And the fifth topic in unit 1 is mass audience and opinion leaders, studying them from the angles of concept, sociology, and psychology. So that is the first unit. Again, it's a very basic theoretical introduction. The second unit covers traditional media, print media, and radio. And the time given for it is 15 lectures, beginning with folk media, which is, of course, still existed. It's not vanished. It's still there, very much so. Moving on to the making of newspaper, major formats of newspaper items, and then the problem of print journalism, partisan journalism, yellow journalism, and the solution, objective reporting. So how do these fit in with the newspaper industry? Then we have major types of magazines, and then radio as a patron of music, because as we know, on Indian radio, music is a very, very, very essential ingredient. We've all woken up to the sound of, the music playing when the radio starts. And then, of course, not just music, radio news, radio drama, community radio, and especially for college students, for university students, campus radio, very important. So these are the topics covered under Unit 2. Unit 3 moves to films or cinema, 15 lectures for that. So history of Indian cinema and major milestones. Of course, it will be a very brief history. Part B covers major types of films or cinema and should include documentaries, art films, animations, short films, biopics, all of that. Some aspects of filmmaking, the major aspects like scripting, directing, sounds, etc. The impact of films or cinema on society and the ethics of cinema. So these are the elements covered under the third unit of films, which covers films. Fourth unit, that's the final unit of paper 1, is trends in new media or digital media. Covers 10 lectures, but again, these lecture allotments are flexible and of course can be changed according to the discretion of the teacher. So here we wanted to focus on online news websites, how believable they are or are they believable at all. Social media and social networking sites, which are a major disseminator of news in today's world. Special issues regarding social media, for example, mass campaigns, fake news, and fact checkers. So these are very, very, very vital because we are being deluded with fake news on so many platforms like WhatsApp, like Facebook, like Twitter. Everywhere you have this deluge of fake news, and so we have to wade through this deluge to reach the truth. And how do we do that? With the help of fact checkers. So it will equip the students to critically not just analyze the syllabus, but to analyze the news that they consume. So that is a very important skill in our minds. When we sat down and discussed the syllabus, we felt that this was very essential. It was a necessary skill required by everybody, not just by students of mass communication. And then we focused on this new term in film consumption, that is film streaming services like Netflix or Amazon Prime, or even others like Disney Hotstar. Or we've not mentioned all. The main two in our country are still Netflix and Amazon Prime. So those are there. And then, of course, the kind of content they are producing, the web series that are being produced by these, big streaming companies like Netflix and Amazon Prime. What are the new things they are offering? So these are the digital media trends that we would like our students to be aware of, so that in case they are going in for jobs in this area, they are equipped with the basics. Okay, so these were the 4 units in paper 1. Paper 2 again it will be studied in semester 4. It has 2 credits, 4 lectures per week, and 60 lectures per semester. There we have, first unit has 10 lectures allotted to it, evolution of different media and the contemporary context. It begins with a bit of history because that roots us and teaches us where everything came from. Beginnings of mass media in India, technological milestones and changing trends from conventional to digital media. So we wanted not just to show the beginning, but also to show the shift from the traditional to the digital trends. Role of media in national development, because it was, and we should not forget it, because it can still be important in national development. And then reach of media from 2 perspectives, the regional coverage and the demographic, that is a population-wise coverage. What kind of population does media cover? Unit 2 of paper 2 is a television. So here we have major formats of TV programs, television and its impact on Indian families, television and consumerism, very important. How does it affect the quality and the content of television programs? Television and surveillance, and reality television, which is one of the modern trends on TV. And for this entire unit, we've kept 15 lectures. Then we move on to unit 3, which is media related issues and laws in India. That is for 20 lectures. We have freedom of expression and am I still audible? I just want to check.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. You can go on.
Thank you so much, because sometimes I will not understand if the communication gets cut. So yeah, the 3rd unit is on media related issues and laws in India. And since it's a little, it's a bigger unit because laws, of course, are very detailed. We've covered, we have allotted 20 lectures for it. It covers a pretty wide range of legal and other issues, including freedom of expression and censorship, relationship between the media and the government, because sometimes the censorship is covert and not overt, media objectivity, media bias, political leanings, how they affect the quality and the quantity of the news that we receive, trial by media and media ethics in both the fields of television and print media, objectionable advertising, and because we are more focusing on digital trends, we also want to tell the students about IT Acts, Information Technology Acts related to the media. And finally, the major laws in India, anything else which is not covered up to here related to media. So that will cover kind of a pretty broad, give the students a broad legal understanding of the entirety of mass media in India. And finally, the last unit, that's the 4th unit of paper 2, which has 15 lectures allotted to it, has the functions of media personnel and careers in media. And here we just want, basically the intention was to just introduce students, to familiarize students with these extremely varied options and extremely varied career choices that are possible in mass media. So we just wanted them to be familiar with these terms, familiar with what these professions intend, what these indicate, so that they're aware, so that they have this. If they don't have a range of choices in front of them, they'll not know what to choose from. So that's what we wanted to give them. We wanted to show them it's like a buffet, and then they pick what dish they want to eat. So it's like that. So cyber journalism, editors, translators, copywriters, radio jockeys or video jockeys, blogging, writing jingles, voiceover artists, public relations specialists, advertising or marketing specialists, script writers, news readers, researchers or writers for any kind of media, music specialists, and social media specialists. So we, as I said, this week really had to brainstorm all the members, and we tried to come up with a really wide bouquet of possible careers in the media. And so that was the 4th unit of paper 2. And now my final slide will just talk in a very brief about the evaluation pattern. The exam, as in all the other papers, is of 100 marks, semester end exam, and for 3 hours. So, and the pattern is the same for 3rd and 4th semester. So I've given only one slide. The first question is an objective type question with 3 sub-questions. First sub-question 1A will be explain the following in 2-3 sentences covering all 4 units, 5 terms from all 4 units, 10 marks. 1B will be MCQs from all 4 units, 5 questions, 5 marks. C will be true or false, 5 statements from all 4 units, 5 marks. So 20 marks covering all 4 units. Question number 2 to 5 will be 1 question on 1 unit. So 2 will be on unit 1, 3 will be on unit 2, 4 will be on unit 3, and question 5 will be on the 4th unit. Each question will have 2 options, either a full-length essay type question of 20 marks or 2 short essay type questions of 10 plus 10 marks. And it's the same pattern for question 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that covers my presentation. And once again, I thank you, Bagdane sir, for calling me and, asking me to talk, because this is the first time I've been a resource person at a syllabus revision workshop. So I'm very thankful to you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your insightful lecture. And of course, this component part and your resource, what has gone into the making and what are the opening up the syllabus for, what are the ideas that are for the students to learn, and what are the skills that we need to understand. So definitely all those faculty members are resourced with those insights and will carry in the classroom transactions. Thank you, ma'am, for this insight. Moving on, we are going to on to the next session, that is Introduction to Journalism. I request Dr. Dinesh Kumar from VJ Waze College, Mulund, to deliver his talk. Yeah, over to Dinesh Kumar, sir.
Yeah, good morning, one. I'm very fortunate to have even my chairperson of this paper with me. They have one PhD. So I'm there, and I'm on my right is Dr. Of course, and I'll present
Sir, excuse me, sir, your voice is breaking, sir, please.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Dinesh Kumar, sir. Are you there? Are you there, sir? Okay.
सर ते रिजॉइन करतायत वाटतं.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
By
sir,
then I request,
I
yes,
discontinue
Satyavan, sir.
talks. Yes, sir.
Yes, you can
meanwhile, you
continue
want
your talk.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
I'm Deepa Mishra here. Please unmute Dinesh sir. He is here, but he's not able to unmute himself. Please unmute.
He can do on his
No,
part.
it is not happening. It is not happening, sir. Please unmute him. He is here. We are trying, but it's not. He is not able to unmute himself. One second, sir. I will give this laptop only. He will speak from here. Yeah, just a moment. but ये चला जाएगा charge.
All right. Is the screen visible? I'll be using another laptop and I'll speak. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yeah, you can go on, sir.
All right.
Dinesh, sir, you can go on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. So this is what it is. I'm here. I'm on my right. I have Dr. Rathod also. So I'll quickly talk about this paper. This was already there in the university. We have not revised too much when it came to the revision. The course is Introduction to Journalism, which is split in two semesters. And then quickly, I'll talk about the paper, the syllabus. Yeah. 1 minute. 1 second. All right. Semester 3 paper. Is the slide visible? I am not sure.
That's visible. You will be able to see it.
There is okay, the semester 3 has the following units. The first unit is made of Introduction to Journalism, Fundamentals of Journalism and Reporting. It covers areas such as what is news, the origin and development of Indian press, major press laws, Adams Regulation, Vernacular Press Act, and so on. It also covers topics like photojournalism, press during emergency, and so on. So these are a few topics in first unit. Moving on to the next unit. The second unit deals with agencies, electronic journalism, and ethics, which will cover news agencies, press syndicate, electronic journalism, and ethics in journalism. Then Unit 3 and Unit 4. Unit 3 is about organizational structure of the newspaper house, which will deal with various departments: circulation department, advertising department, editorial department, and mechanical department. Unit 4 is more about the basics of reporting, which will deal with topics like news value, news gathering, readers' interest, the qualities and aptitude necessary for a reporter, and the types of report, various types of reports, classification of various reports. So these are the two units. And the fifth unit is it's almost a hands-on task, writing of reports. So it will deal with the basics of reports, basic principles of reporting: objectivity, accuracy, speed, clarity, integrity, and also the parts of the reports like the lead, the body of the report, byline, and the 5 W's and 1 H that goes into the creation of leads. So all these are the part of the reporting segment. The question paper pattern is like we have 5 questions. Each question is of 20 marks weightage, and therein you write an essay or 2 short notes. So that is a common pattern, except for the 5th question. And in the 5th question, the students are supposed to write a report with a clear headline, lead, and the body of the report. So that is a semester 3 syllabus. Coming to semester 4, this is the focus shifts to, if semester 3 is about reporting, semester 4 is about editing and feature writing, and along with the layout. So we have again 5 units. The first unit is about editing, the basics of editing, which will deal with the principles of editing, editorial policy, the role of various editors, editor, the news editor, chief sub-editor, and the sub-editors, their role and function. And the second unit is more about the process of editing, wherein again it's a hands-on training on editing, different modes of editing: compiling, editing for language and style, editing for space, editing for correctness, and editing for clarity. So what are the grounds on which a report is normally edited? So that goes into second unit. Third unit is more about editing an article, where the students are expected to learn the mechanics of editing, editing for all those space, correctness, and so on. And they are expected to edit an article or a report for their newsworthiness, length, and also for the suitable expressions. Then coming to the fourth unit will be about the features, different types of features. So classification of features into obituary, reviews, columns, and trend stories. Also, the students are expected to learn how to write a feature. So on their own, they should be able to write a feature on a contemporary topic. That also becomes a part of the fourth unit. Fifth unit is more about the page makeup, or what is called the layout. So here they will have to learn the functions of a layout and the different types of layouts, like horizontal layout, vertical makeup, circus makeup, modular layout, broadsheet layout, and the tabloid layout, and so on. And also, importantly, the role of fonts and typography in creating a mood in newspaper is also to be covered under this. And the paper pattern remains the same, 5 questions of 20 marks each. The option is between an essay or writing 2 short notes in each of the questions. And the fifth question, question number 4 here will be about writing a feature. So, and third question will be an editing task. So there are 2 practical applied parts in that. Writing, one is writing a feature, and one is editing an article on a given topic. Some of the references are also there. I'll be able to share the PPT a little later. So that's it from my side about journalism as a paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. With the given timeline, you have done your job. So thank you for your insights into the journalism, introduction to journalism. Thank you, sir. Now moving on, we have the next resource person, which deals with the public relations, who's been a part of syllabus framing committee, and is going to talk on the insights and what has gone into the making of the syllabus for the public relations. I request Ananda Pandresa from CHM College, Ulhasnagar, to come up, please, and deliver. Over to sir. Over to Ananda Pandresa. It's your turn, sir. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Good afternoon. Yes, sir, you're audible. Please share your screen and you can start, sir.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Sir, am I audible, and is the PPT visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm presenting the syllabus of SYBA Public Relation, okay, which is an applied component. Okay, I, Mr. Anand Pandre, okay, Srimati CHM College. Okay, so this is introduced from the year 2020 to 23. It is a credit-based system, 2 credits. Okay, then number of lectures, 4 lectures per week, and number of per units, that is 15 lectures. Okay, so syllabus is prepared by Dr. Santosh Rathod, who is a convener of the syllabus, is associate professor at Mumbai University. Dr. Mangesh Gore, member, head department of English. Sundara More, Arts, Commerce and Science College, Polatpur district, Raigad. Myself, Ananda Pandre, assistant professor, department of English, Srimati CHM College, Ulhasnagar. Then Dr. Amor Uttam Sontakke, assistant professor, department of English, NSS College of Commerce and Economics, Tad, Mumbai. My friend Santosh Akhade, assistant professor, department of English, Arts, Commerce College, Kondagat district, Sindhudurg. And Dr. Sopan Jadhav, assistant professor, department of English, Shailesh Halbe College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Dodmarg district, Sindhudurg. Okay, so this is a very interesting paper, that is public relation. I know that in today's world, we'll find a lot of importance given to the public relation in every sector, whether it is industrial sector, politics, okay, education, or any other sector. There is very much importance given to the public relations. So that's why this course is devised, and the objective of the course are following. Okay, so especially we want to introduce the learners to the origin of the public relation. Okay, basic concept which are there in the public relation. Okay, then to motivate learners, because nowadays many job vacancies are there in public relations sector. In every organization, there is a public relation department. Okay, so there is it's a big challenge, okay, for the student to improve their such skills, and that's why we have incorporated this practice of various basic skills required for successful career in a field of public relations. Then to give them insights, okay, significance, uses, functions of public relations. Okay, then to explain the learners' importance of ethics, professional code of public relation practitioner. So these ethics are very important in every sector. So in public relation is also not, we can say, it is also included in that. Then to explicate the learner the role and function of public relations for corporate field. Okay, so in every corporate field, there is a vacancy for public relations, or they require like people who can work for them. Then education institutes, local self-government and government and NGOs to create awareness among students about various career opportunities available in field of public relations. Okay, so that is also the aim of this course. Okay, then course outcome. By the end of the course, okay, student will be able to understand and explain the basic components and aspects of public relations. Student will comprehend and recognize the importance of public relation for the success of in the various fields like business, education, okay, works carried out by various government, local government bodies as well as non-government organizations. A student will be able to practice various communication skills required in the field of public relation as well as in the other fields. Okay, so these skills are very important. So focus will be on the skills. Then students will opt for various careers like PR officer as well as attempt to pursue career opportunity in the field of public relation. So definitely there is a scope for public relation, and this course would definitely fulfill the aspects. Okay. Then in semester 3, unit 1, we have an introduction to public relations. Okay, so here you'll find in the first chapter the concept of public relations. Okay, its origin, definition, okay, activities and role of public relation. Okay, so that will be explored in the unit number 1. Then objective, already we had seen the objectives of public relation. When as public relations started in late 19th century, especially the last decade of the 19th century. So that, and then various institutions and writer they define public relation. So that will be also considered here. Okay, then various objectives of public relation. Then evolution and development of modern public relations. So this is a now hot topic in the present age, because every institution wants to do this. Okay, they want to be in touch with the people, okay, with the public, and that's why modern public relation, they get the help of, we can say, every tool which is available to them. And because of social media, there is a rise of these public relations. Okay, everywhere you will find they want to contact people. Then development of public relation in India, pre and post independence period. So this is also considered in pre-independent India and post-independent India. What are the changes? Okay, like especially in pre-independence India, there was a rise of newspaper, especially in the first half of the 20th century, and it contributed a lot to even India's freedom struggle. Many articles which were written in the newspaper, and the articles which got the support of people. Okay, and that's why especially many freedom fighters, they were also imprisoned. And then post-independence India. So definitely will find surge in public relations. Okay, especially in the growth in the industrial, okay, in various industries like film industry or like our business industry. So that is considered. Then unit number 2, principles, components, and importance of public relations for various sectors. Okay, so in this chapter, especially employees relations, then industrial relations, all these relations are very important for the public relation. Employees should be happy, then they are where we can say the industry, they are dependent on each other. So that is also considered here. Then community relations, relation with the people, okay, communities, then customer relation, financial relations, press relations, government relations, and liaison, special events, counseling, research, publicity, fundraising, launches. So here, this is, we can say, very burning topic nowadays, like government relations and liaison. Okay, so for the growth of business, so these relations are also very important. If sometimes government relations are very pro to the businessman, so they can progress. Okay, so that is also considered, and this industry, they always require the good relations with the government because they are the policy makers. Then importance of public relation in business, industry, and for the governmental, public, non-profit organization. So it is also considered here in the second chapter. The non-governmental organizations such as cultural, sport, educational organizations like trust and clubs, schools, colleges. Here also nowadays, you know that this public relation required. Students should get the information, especially schools. Now there's many such organizations which are entering, and they are opening such schools and making publicity. Then the important thing, like misconceptions about the public relations. Okay, like it is like many say that it is like a propaganda. Okay, or like you require fine appearance. Okay, free gifts, annual parties, protocol, goodwill. Okay, so these are some of the misconceptions. Okay, especially one type of, we can say, bribe, like free gifts. Okay, so that is the focus will be also on that. Okay, how we should use public relation in a better way. Okay, then unit number 3, process of public relations. So here we can define the various models of public relation, planning. Okay, how it is, we can say, executed, evaluation of the action, plan of the public relation process. So here, how it is, you can say, executed, how it is planned, that is introduced to the learners. And importance of communication in process of public relation, including theory, objectives, types, barriers, okay, etc. Art of listening and communications to be required for successful process of public relation. There is very much importance given to the communication skills. Okay, how you convince someone, and that is, we can say, very important in a public relation, how you talk. So that is also imbibed in the learners. Then process and activities of internal PR, process and activities of external PR. So these both the types are very important: internal public relation and the external public relation. Okay, in internal, within the organization; external, it is outside the organization with the people. Okay, like creating brand image. Okay, and into the public relation, how the organization treats their employees. So that is considered, or which plans and policies they introduce for the their employees. So that is considered, and some models are there for that. So then in unit number 4, functions and tools of public relation. Okay, so here is the functions and uses of public relations are introduced. Especially media plays a very vital role in spreading that relations. In that we have press release. Okay, nowadays, okay, every organization employ this. Okay, then press conference, special issues, news clippings, photo gallery. So all these can be included here. Then meetings, specific tools for public relation, family get together and outing. This is for internal public relation, cultural program for employees. Okay, because this is also very important for the employees. Celebration of Profession Day, specific purpose, camp, competition, lecture series, open days, sponsorship, newsletters. Okay, all these are the type. Then crisis management. So in public relation plays a very important role in a crisis management. Okay, so that function is introduced here to the learners. Okay, how to do the damage control. Okay, in every institution, sometimes okay, something happens. Okay, unwanted thing happens, and that may have the effect on the organization. So guiding principles are introduced to the students. Okay, preparation and role of the peer in the crisis management, services provided by the peer during the crisis. Okay, the review of the crisis management. Okay, crisis communication in the times of industrial disaster, consumer pressures. Okay, image problems, quality issues, etc. Okay, in crisis, anything happens because nowadays there is social media and things easily come on the social media if anything goes wrong. So that is also managed in the public relation by taking care of that particular incident. So that is also introduced to the student. Okay, then this is the exam pattern. Okay, the each question is for the 20 marks. So we have 5 questions here. In that way, it is, you can say, assessed. Question 1, objective type questions. Okay, so here you'll see that is for 10 marks. Okay, so accordingly we can give the questions. Then match the following is also for 5 marks, and true or false, it is for the 5 marks. Then question number 2, based on unit number 1. Okay, full length essay type question, 20 marks, or 10 plus 10, 2 questions can be given. Then unit question number 3, based on unit number 2, it is full length question, okay, for 20 marks, or 2 short essay type questions for the 20 marks can be given. Then question number 4, based on unit number 3, full length like 20 marks, and the short essay type 2 questions, 10 marks, is for the 20 marks. Okay, so this is a question pattern. Then question number 5 has also the same pattern. Okay, 1 essay type for 20 marks, or 2 short essay types for 10 marks is 20 marks. Then total lecture 60. For each unit there are, you can say, 15 lectures. Then semester 4 syllabus. Then unit number 1, public relations in corporate business, and especially nowadays these corporate offices are increasing in most of the big cities and even small towns. So this image building is very important. So that is introduced to the learner. Okay, how to build the image of the organization. Okay, so whenever any new company enter, that time they have to take care, they have to do their publicity, and they have to create the brand name into the market, because market is volatile and anything can happen. Then company and constitute of image building. So they all endeavor to create the image in the market, create the brand name. If brand name is there in the market, definitely customers are attracted to that, and that's why this is introduced in corporate social responsibility and public relation. So according to Indian government, that is CSR, it's very important. Some percent they have to spend for the people, so they take care of that, and it's, we can say, public relation takes care of that. Then new trends in corporate public relations, benchmarking, okay, consultancy, team building, branding and image building, public opinion, ICT technology and digital social media like Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, blogs, etc. Okay, so these are all new trends, especially in the corporate world. Okay, a lot of consultancies, okay, then teams which work for that. Okay, ICT sales, okay, which are working for the even various types of institution, even industries, and even nowadays it is for the political party. They take the help of this Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and all the, we can say, the blogs. Okay, we come to know about that. So that is introduced to the student. Okay, how to make a blog. Okay, and present that on the social media platform. Then corporate citizenship and public relations. So it is also very one important thing, corporate citizenship. Then professional nature of public relations, reasons and factors responsible for the development of professional nature of public relations in a business world, research and training in the public relations. So here it is introduced to the student that research is also done by the concerned or public relation departments. Okay, and it is, we can say, nowadays very much, we can say, professional. Entire team is there and they work professionally for the organization. Okay, then second, ethics and code of conduct in public relations. So this is a debatable topic, but still principles of public relations practice, it is introduced. What are the principles, and okay, how should we follow the ethics. Okay, then code of ethics prescribed by Public Relations Society of India. Okay, that is also introduced to them. Generally, these codes of ethics are violated by many organizations. In IPRA code of conduct, purpose of professional bodies, code of AIR and TV channels, code of commercial advertising on TV channels, okay, advertising and public relation ethics, impact of public relation on the society. So all these, we can say, considered their advantages and drawbacks are introduced to the student. Okay, especially advertisement play a very important role. So advertisements are made for the every sector of society, from small kids to the elders. Okay, but the importance of ethics is very important in that. Though most of the organization, they violate that ethics, but sometimes, you know, that they are also trapped in that when they violate such ethics, and even government also takes some action on that. Okay, so such examples are also told to the learners, can be. Okay, so this is the in unit number 2. Then unit number 3, public relation in practice. Okay, qualities of public relation practitioner. When it is, we can say, practice areas of work, functions of public relation practitioners: writing, editing, media relations. Okay, so in a practice, they have to do that. Okay, editing, then like writing blogs or making videos and all that. Even like making advertisement, which is, we can say, published nowadays on even social media. People prepare their own advertisements, and they Okay, upload that on social media. Then special events like mass media production, corporate counseling, crisis communication. Okay, already we have seen some of the topic we can see which is introduced here. The news and features, effective oral communication skills, skills for public relation, effective public speaking, writing skill, debating skills, group interaction, okay, written communication, and audio visual aids for the public relation. Okay, so nowadays very much importance is given to that. So that is also introduced to the learners, okay, to improve these skills, okay, spoken skills, writing skills, okay, debating. Okay, nowadays like on new channel we see these particular debates. Okay, then group interactions. So all this is, we can say, introduce. These are all we can present topic, or we can say the very burning topics. But for that learner, they require the skill. Okay, and then audio visual, even aids for the public relation that can be also used. Then unit number 4, public relations and other related areas. Okay, so they are, we can say, LinkedIn. So public relation and marketing. So for marketing also public relation required, how they okay, advertise their product. Then public relation and journalism, public relation, business communication, public relation and psychology. Psychology means the customer psychology. That is also considered public relation. And advertising types, creativity, message through entertainment, correlation and difference between public relation and the advertising. Okay, so public relation campaign, relations with shareholders, relations with dealer, distributor, relations with financial institutions, relation with other business groups, community relation, and consumer relation. Okay, so organization or industry, they have these developed relations with the all these like shareholders or stakeholders, and okay, with the financial institutions. Then we have the evaluation pattern. Okay, it is like the first that third semester. Okay, like again you see the 5 questions for 10 marks, short question on unit number 1. Then match the following, that is for 5 marks. Then true or false, that is for 5 marks. Then question number 2 based on unit number 4, that is for the 20 marks, full essay type question. Then short essay, they are for the 20 marks. Okay. So this is a question paper pattern for the public relation for the first semester, and these are some of the books which are suggested for the reading. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you, Shailesh, Bagdane sir, and the Board of Studies, Dr. Sudhinikam sir, and all the members of the Board of Studies for giving me an opportunity to present the syllabus of public relation here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insights. Definitely your applied component is going to be useful. Your syllabus so-called ideas will definitely be seen in the teaching and the entire teaching learning process. Thank you for those insights. Thank you. I now request the next resource person for the paper, Women's Studies, Dr. Deepna Rao ma'am from Jai Hind College, Mumbai, to deliver her talk. Over to Deepna ma'am. You can share your screen, ma'am. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. On, ma'am. You can share your PPT. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, I cannot share screen share while other participants are sharing. 1 minute. Is it the other? Okay, yeah. I also request others to mute themselves. All right. 1 minute. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the PPT on women's studies. It's an applied component, and thank you. I'm presenting on the behalf of Dr. Bhagyashree Verma, who is our convener, and thank you for having me. I'm Dr. Deepna Rao. Now, the objectives of the course have gone a bit deeper because given the framework of the LOCF, which is the Learning Objectives framework, we are having a little more detail compared to the previous syllabus. So we have to enable an understanding of concepts such as sex, gender, and patriarchy, to enable an understanding of the construction of gender, to provide insight into the workings of patriarchy and its oppressive nature, to familiarize students with an understanding of feminist theory and the schools of feminist thought. Now, this is where our framework gave a different objective. We gave so it is to empower students with a knowledge of women's rights and legal safeguards, to provide an understanding of major historical developments and feminist movements in feminist theory, in feminist history. This is where we had a bit of a change because we wanted to give an understanding of frameworks and also how feminist history is also very important. And women have been at the center of changing women's history and other things. So it was a little important to understand that from the student point of view. And lastly, to engender a critical understanding of literary and media texts dealing with women's issues. This is also a new framework where we are trying to, sorry, participants and, okay, to understand women's issues, we try to give a little more media text understanding to see how these things work. So the course outcome, at the end of the course, a student would be able to articulate concepts linked to gender and feminism, to have an understanding of patriarchy, to have an awareness of crimes against women and the constitutional and legal safeguards protecting and empowering them. This is a very important outcome because this is very necessary for now with the kind of crimes which we are having and the kind of other things that we are having in terms of sexual harassment and cyberbullying. So it's very important, which we have, in terms of what we have introduced. To have knowledge and understanding of feminist theory and to have a knowledge of feminist history. This is, of course, a new concept which we have introduced, and we have also tried to, we have tried to do a lot with it. To analyze and critically evaluate literary and media texts dealing with women's issues, and to be gender sensitive, have a feminist outlook, and to combat stereotypes and gender biases prevalent in society. So we have this is semester 3, and of course the unit is, the syllabus is set out across 2 semesters. So the first unit is an introduction to concepts and the scope and practice of women's study. We have basically tried to keep the
the women's studies, relevance, prospects, and the Indian context, and the patriarchy as an oppressive ideology as the same. However, we have changed a certain thing in part B. So in place of sex and gender, we have also introduced biological determinism, which we believe is an important concept. And we have introduced another thing, which is the three waves, because the three waves we have included it because we have considered it basic to an understanding of gender and extremely important to theory. The next is Unit 2, which is the schools of feminism and feminist theory. We've kept the four components the same as the previous syllabus. So we have liberal feminism, Marxist feminism, psychoanalytical feminism, and radical feminism. Unit 3 now, which is combating crimes and discrimination, the constitutional and legal safeguards for women. This is important as there are changes over here. We have created specifications of law. So for instance, we have Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which is CEDAW. It is the UN convention. We have the National Policy on Empowerment of Women, where we are actually looking at the first policy which has been come up with for this particular this thing, because we have essentially a rather narrow view of our this thing, and a narrow view of our convention, and we have rather a policy which has a lot to do with empowerment. We then come up with the rape and sexual harassment laws. So we have the Indian Penal Code, we have the Indecent Representation of Women Prohibition Act, we have the Vishakha Guidelines and the Sexual Harassment of Women at the Workplace Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act, and we have the Internal Complaints Committee in organization, and the very important the Zero FIR. We also have the laws related to women and pregnancy, maintenance of Maternity Benefit Act, the Medical Termination of Prohibition of Pregnancy Act, the Preconception and Prenatal Diagnostic Technique, and the Surrogacy Bill. These are laws which have maintained as well as contradicted perhaps certain things with women, and we believe that we need to have a discussion on these. The next is feminist historiography and feminist movements in India. This is a new unit, and the areas are considered important in women's history. So one was basically a colonial, one was basically locating women in history, the need for feminist historiography. It determines that historiography is important for women and it is necessary. And of course, there was one which was basically a colonial movement, the Brahmo Samaj in India, and we had two movements, the White Revolution, Amul and women's empowerment, and the Nirbhaya case, which and of course a combating of rape culture, which are two independence movements that are very important. Unit 5 is basically literary texts, Charlotte Perkins Gilman, The Yellow Wallpaper, James Joyce Evelyn, Faye Weldon's Weekend, and Mahashweta Devi's The Breast Giver. All these are very seminal texts in terms of feminist criticism, and this is of course to deal with the frameworks that we have given in Unit 2 with respect to criticism and theory. So we have the units which derive from those particular theories, and they have that particular bit. Now, with respect to the examination pattern, we have a choice of 3 questions. We'll have an essay, we'll have a B essay, and we'll have 2 short notes. So each of these will usually contribute from one straight essay question on the syllabus topic and the short notes from one of the subtopics. So that will be usually determined and it will be straightforward. With Unit 1 in semester 4, we come to the global movements and we have feminist history and global movements. Now this is a different take, and usually we have the same theory of one colonial movement and the other modern movements. So we have the Seneca Falls Convention and the suffragette movement, and we have, on the other hand, women scientists and women in science, women self-help groups and entrepreneurship, and we have the Me Too movement. So we have 3 different approaches to basically our approach. We then have movements, the schools of feminism and feminist theory. So over here we have maintained postmodern and post-colonial feminism, but we have included gynocriticism and intersectional feminism, which is a lot more combining new theories and new techniques of looking at things. We also have become a little more specific in Unit 3 with women and work, with the public-private divide, dichotomy, and the sexual division of work and perceptions of job as gender specific. That has remained the same. But for instance, with C and D, the glass ceiling effect, sticky floor and glass escalator effect, as well as the issues of working mothers and single mothers also. Because when we look at, single women, when we look at single women, we often have women who are not working, but who are not precise in the sense of when we are looking at working women and we are looking at single working women, we often see that single working women have a lot more heat on them, and there is a bit of maybe an imbalance in their working life and their private life, which enables them to perhaps not do well. Okay, so we have discussed these, and we thought that we should discuss the issues of working mothers as well as the single working women. So we have, for instance, a little more specificity, and we also have a little more coming in from the syllabus over here. With the women and the media, sexuality, body politics, and media representation, we have a completely new unit, which is basically looking at women and the beauty industry. So then it looks at ageism, beauty standards, racism, cosmetic surgery, the male gaze, and the casting couch phenomenon. It also looks at pregnancy-related issues such as family planning, contraception, abortion, sex determination, mental health, and postpartum depression. Then it looks at women and the on social media platforms, body shaming, cyber bullying, catfishing. Catfishing is when someone is looking perhaps at something else and is looking at women maybe, and obtaining certain reflections basically. Then you have online stalking, and finally you have harassment. And of course, there are representation of women in the media. This is going into the next unit, but it is a bit of it's still a representation of the unit as well. Ads, films, music videos, and in the news. And in the literary and media text, we have two poems, The Mirror and Still I Rise, but we have short films, and we have made sure that all of these are available online. Juice is a film by Neeraj Khaivan. Going Dutch is by Tikarloch Productions. Ahalya is by Sujay Ghosh, and Devi, which is by Priyanka Banerjee. And of course, the Dove ads, which focus on the campaign of real beauty. So we tried to enable that we have movies as well as ads added, including the other poems. The examination pattern is again the same, where there will be three choices. A and B will be essays, and C will be short notes. And usually the first two will be based on the syllabus topic, and the last one will be the subtopics. So I thank you on the basis of my convener, Bhavishri Verma, myself, Mr. Surendra Khandekar, Dr. Rajiv Kamble, Ms. Vandana Kakade, Mr. Subhash Kadam, and of course, thank you. We also thank our convener, no, sorry, not our convener, our POS chairperson, Mr. Sudhir Nikam, Dr. Sudhir Nikam. So thank you, and that's it. Thank you. Oh dear. What do I do? No. Oh dear. I'm trying to stop sharing. Okay.
The next session. The next advertising is going to be delivered by Kailas Autesa from CHM College, Ulhasnagar. Over to Kailas Autesa. You can share your presentation, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Let me share my screen. Is it visible, sir, screen?
Yes, it's visible, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I hope I'm audible to all of you. We must be hungry, but at the outset, I would like to thank all the participants, teacher participants, and the entire viewers for giving me this opportunity, wonderful opportunity, I would say. It was always a very, very fruitful experience working with Dr. Nikam for any kind of paper framing or syllabus making committee. And he had given me ample opportunities as a part of member, and I really enriched myself in the process. So without further ado, I think I should talk about present syllabus, which is there for SYBA, and it is applied component. Shailesh sir, am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir, you are audible. You can go on.
Okay. So this is one aspect I wanted to highlight, that we must thank these wonderful brains, because under the leadership of Dr. Sudhir Nikam, these members who are working continuously for revising syllabus for the University of Mumbai. So it is a matter of pride to have this slide for me, because whenever we feel that there is a confusion or there is a problem, we have been always guided by everybody. Whenever I have approached the members, like my PhD guide, Dr. Deepa Mishra is also there as a member of the US, and she has always encouraged me to be a part of such academic activities. And under the leadership of Dr. Sudhir Nikam, I think these people are doing wonders, and they are really bringing which is very much required, which is very, very contemporary as far as teaching learning process is concerned. So I'm thankful to all of you, sir, and thank you, Sudhir sir, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Under your leadership, I think all things are moving very nicely. So this is the paper, choice-based credit system with effect from academic year 2022-23. So when it comes to the paper, name of the program is SYB. All are aware that this is SYB applied component, and it is there for semester 3 and semester 4. In semester 3, the title of the course is Introduction to Advertising, Basic Concepts of Advertising. And in semester 4, it has a different title. It has just added Creativity and Research in Advertising. So it carries 2 credits in each semester, like semester 3, 2 credits, and semester 4, 2 credits. Number of lectures per unit are given 12. It is given in the syllabus, and we have 4 lectures per week as per the guidelines given by University of Mumbai and approved by BOS. The scheme of examination, 5 questions of 20 marks. It could be short notes, 2 short notes, or essay type questions on each unit. So that will come later in detail. I will talk about it, in a very detailed manner. So let us talk about advertising. I believe that good advertising does not just provide or circulate information; it penetrates the public mind with desires and beliefs. So good advertising is not just circulating information or making people aware about certain things, but it should penetrate deeply to enhance the sale of production or sale of goods. And that is why advertising, we are in the age of advertising. We are in the era of advertising where everybody tries to advertise their product, their ideas, everything is being advertised. And we are always, witnessing different kinds of an advertising. And hence, this paper could be very, very handy, and it could be very, very useful for all the learners at SYBA level. Objectives of the course, I think they are very clear: to introduce learners to the main subfields and basic modern concepts, public ideas, theoretical models, empirical instruments, and data sources in advertising. Second objective, to encourage learners for further interest in advertising studies. Yes, it is a booming field. If you are innovative in your ideas, if you are able to put your ideas across with innovation, then definitely it is going to be a very, very useful field as far as advertising studies are concerned. To develop a professional communicative competence, it would be very, very happy, and it would be a very, very nice seminal, subject where professional communicative competence will be developed. And it will also introduce learners to different tools of communication for corporate identity, brand building through various advertising techniques. So keeping in all these objectives in mind, we need our students, BA students, to be corporate friendly. They should not feel that, they don't know anything about corporate world and corporate branding and brand, different companies, where we always see that, traditional approach is always that, BA students cannot work in corporate. That cliche has to be broken somewhere. And that is why this paper is going to take every learner, those who will study this paper, those who will opt for this paper, definitely they will get a lot of mileage and they will get upper hand whenever it comes to corporate world. Course outcome: at the end of the course or by the end of the course, learners should develop the following abilities. They would definitely demonstrate working knowledge in the areas associated with advertising industry. It would also give them information about target marketing, ad agency, different organizations dealing with advertising agencies and media, outdoor media, print media, electronic media, and they would know how to sell or how to promote their sale if they are associated with certain companies. They would also gain how to write clearly, coherently, effectively about various concepts in advertising. To define the economic and social impact of advertising on society, they will also understand what is the impact of an advertising agency or as an economic impact. So they would definitely correlate economic and social impact of advertising in the society. To understand the communication process of advertising, because advertising is not just for fun, it is always communicating. It penetrates you deeply if you are very creative in advertising. You would be able to understand marketing research. You can have different strategies, concepts. You would be able to understand budget, creative process, and everything can be very nicely done through this particular course. Let us come to the semester 3 applied component. This is a paper number 1 in semester 3, which carries 2 credits, and the title, as I said, course title is Introduction to Advertising, Basic Concepts of Advertising. So in unit number 1, it is, as you all know, that we need to find out, we need to start somewhere at Introduction to Advertising. So we have 2 components here: advertising, evolution of advertising, features of advertising, and how it started and how it developed, then role of advertising in society, and so on and forth. So this is taken up from the syllabus. So those colleges or those centers who will opt for this paper can definitely take it, and they can understand how this paper is going to be very, very useful for the development of students. Then we have segment B, classification of advertising, social advertising. Then there are political advertising, advocacy advertising, retail advertising, financial advertising, and there are different kinds. So we will be introducing all our learners to different classifications and different kinds of advertising kinds, basically, and they would be well versed, with these types and kinds at the end of this particular course. Then unit number 2 will have advertising and media for marketing and communication. As we know that we are always media driven, okay, and when it comes to it is advertising is like a wonder, it is a wonder of wonders, because it really make positive impact in your brain, or whenever you see certain creative advertising, definitely it impacts you so positively. And that is why this advertising and media for marketing and communication is very, very essential, which carries 12 lectures. And in this particular segment, you would be able to understand marketing, communication, advertising and publicity, public relations, sales promotion, different forms of displays, window displays, showcases, and so on and forth. So you would also understand, or students will also understand.
Excuse me, sir. Your subsequent slides are unable to visible, sir. Please.
Okay. Just a second.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is it visible, sir, now?
Yes, sir. Now visible.
So I just covered unit number 1, Introduction to Advertising, and that unit number 1 is already dealt. Then unit number 2, I was talking about this unit, advertising and media for marketing and communication. And as I said, it is very much given in the syllabus, but this will definitely introduce all our learners to different marketing strategies, marketing communication in this particular unit. This will definitely cover up that essential aspect of advertising. Then we have segment B, advertising and brand management. See, today we really care for our brand. We really care for our quality. Even today Shailesh sir must be caring for how this entire program will go. He is worried, he is concerned about whether it will go well or whether, and that is why he has taken utmost care. Segment will also teach them, how we can maintain the brand, how we can maintain the quality of the process. And I'm really thankful to everybody that it is very nicely organized in association with US. So I congratulate everybody for doing this wonderful job. So brand management depends on how you manage time, how you manage your product, how you give quality, history of branding and advertising, environmental marketing, and so on and forth. So these, few topics would definitely open up different kinds of, consumer behavior. Students will able to understand what is environment, what is the healthy environment for marketing and communication, and so on and forth. So unit number 2 will be very, very essential to introduce learners to the basic idea, basic concepts of advertising. Then we have unit number 3, the impact of media in advertising. I also, told in my previous slide that, we are media driven, and whatever media is there, it could be print media, electronic media. But let me tell you, friends, media influences us, it impacts very positively. And that is why factors influencing media selection and media planning strategies, importance of advertising and marketing, role of celebrity endorsers in advertising. Because when we see celebrities endorse certain products, we buy them, and that is why do we need celebrities? Why do we need well-accepted people in the society? We need to study that, and students will definitely understand their value, their, for example, when Amitabh Bachchan is playing some advertising, or when Akshay Kumar is endorsing some advertising, some product, definitely we feel that, we believe that, definitely they are good products, because they represent quality, they represent dedication, they represent, innovation in their work and dedication in their work. And that is why they have created their brand. And when they endorse certain products, definitely people, consumers and customers, they do believe that, this is a nice product and this is a wonderful product. Then we have another segment, media options for advertising. Television is also there, radio, internet, print, film, outdoor advertising, and social media. So we all are aware about that, these, avenues are available for advertising everything. And we have media buying, media selling, media mix, clutter, zipping and zapping, branding and brand positioning. So these, elements of these important segments will be covered in this particular unit called the impact of media in advertising. And unit number 4, economic and social aspects of advertising. We should know, because everything is socially constructed, everything is socially, culturally rooted. We cannot, study something in isolation. We need to study everything in connection. We have to correlate everything. It could be economic or social aspect of advertising, and that is why impact of production on the society, distribution, how it is distributed, and the consumer cost, and understanding the role of advertising agencies, and so on and forth. So we need to understand these factors in this particular unit, and students will be very, very benefited once they study these. Then advertising and culture, how culture, values, festivals, customs, and so on and forth. So nowadays, people who are good in English language, or people who do their masters in English, they are getting different jobs in content writing. Nowadays, for example, the other day I was reading about the saloon, and how the saloon is advertising their, outlets, and they are saying that, now it is the time of festival and festivity. If you want to look handsome and beautiful, you need to come to us, and so on and forth. This is one kind of an advertising through social media they are doing. So social aspects, we need to understand that there are different festivals and customs, and for that we should be ready. We should be providing the resources, and we should be providing the facilities, and different companies and different houses are doing that. And students will definitely understand how one can understand advertising and culture, how packaging should be done, how it should be environmental friendly, and how ethical issues should be taken into consideration. It could be online or offline. So everything will be taught, and everything will be introduced in this particular unit. Then there are also controls, that censorship is also there, and we need to know what is to be shown, what is not to be shown, and that can be taken care in segment number 3, that is C, regulation and control on advertising in India. So we will move ahead. Advertising agency and advertising as a career, unit number 5 of this semester 3, which carries 12 lectures. And in the first segment, advertising agency. What is an advertising agency? We should know definition, their services, what kind of services they offer, types of advertising agencies, structure of ad agency. We should know that. See, they can visit different advertising agency and so on. For that will come in the practical aspect, and top advertising agencies and their campaigns and how they deal, how they work, their process, and how they have become the biggest advertising agencies and influencing advertising agencies in the society. So this unit will take care of that. Then career options available in advertising field. So this is very interesting because the other day when we were drafting this syllabus, we had good sessions and discussions and brainstorming sessions with the chairperson of this paper, Dr. Sudhir Nikam, and he is told that it should be career oriented. We should add career oriented aspects, and definitely we like this idea, and career options available in advertising field. This segment came up for the discussion. So advertising agency, you people can always get jobs, media houses, production houses. You can do research, then different printing, graphics, and animation is also part of that. Modeling and dubbing, brand managers, copywriters, art directors, web content managers, creative writers, freelancing, and so on and forth. So I really thank everybody, those who are the part of the syllabus committee. They have really given different avenues, different aspects that where our students can go once they complete this course, or once they study, or further detailed research they can do in advertising, and this will definitely fetch them jobs, which is very essential in practical sense. At the end of our education, after completion of our education, we need to get jobs and we need to earn money to survive and to run our families and to support our families and to create wealth for this nation. So that is very interesting. Then this is a practical segment, which is not to be taken into consideration for teaching, but it can be given for like assignments and practical knowledge, poster making, technology-based group presentations on various advertisements. Socially relevant topics could be given as case studies. Creating a print advertisement, students can be asked to make a print advertisement and display it to the class. So this is semester 3 evaluation pattern. Again for semester 3, we have 5 questions, 1 essay or 2 short notes on unit number 1, 20 marks. Unit number 2, again, either you can ask 1 essay type question or 2 short notes. Question number 3, 1 essay or 2 short notes, unit number 3. Unit number 4, 1 essay or 2 short notes on unit number 4, and unit number 5, 1 essay or 2 short notes. The liberty is given to the center. Those colleges who will take or who will select this topic or some course, definitely they will have to maintain that. Either you can give the short notes or you can go for essay writing questions. Moving ahead for semester 4. Semester 4, again same title, only half part will be changed, like introduction to advertising, creativity and research in advertising. So in semester 3 we will give them basic knowledge, and semester 4 we will be expecting that they should do something creative, something more. Again, it has 60 lectures allotted total. Unit number 1 is creativity and psychology in advertising, the role of creativity in advertising, positioning, role of persuasion, determining the message theme, and so on and forth. Appropriateness and novelty, how we can bring novelty. Because if there is no new, if you do not add innovation, newness is not there, then definitely people will not take into consideration, and people will have to be very, very focused whenever they are choosing any kind of parameters or something like that. So styles of creative, generic creativity, preemptive creativity style, resonance creative styles, psychology in advertising. Then we need to understand psychology of the customers, of the consumers, and the subjects or the people. Perception, attitudes, and values, personality and motivations, including buying motivations or how we can motivate people, use of different metaphors in advertising, and so on and forth. So these elements or these topics will be covered in unit number 1 of semester 4. So this paper 2 again carry 2 credits. As I said, it will carry 2 credits in each semester. Unit number 2 of semester 4, copywriting. This is very, very important. Copy types and essentials, copywriting for print, outdoor, radio, web and television, concepts of storyboards, and so on and forth. So there is a copyright, act, and we need to understand. We can introduce copyright act, or why certain things cannot be taken as it is, and how we have to acknowledge, and how we have to, for example, there are different symbols and logos of different advertising process, and you cannot copy as it is, and we cannot claim that it is my idea. So we will introduce them for copywriting and so on, other aspects of advertising. Elements of copy like headline, functions of types, overline, body copy, captions, taglines, slogans, call to action, logo, company name, and so on and forth. So whenever you are having an advertisement, if you are making, then how it should be catchy, how we can make it more attractive, more attentive. So your headline should be proper, and so on and forth. You all are teachers. I should not explain this to you, but you can explain everything to all your young minds in your classrooms once it is taken up by all of you. Then creativity in advertising. As far as creativity is concerned, you can have different essentials of good illustrations. You can illustrate your advertising and so on and forth. Then visualization effect. Yes, techniques of visualization, different layouts, slogans, logo. As I said, you can have headlines, memes, and GIFs as means of creative marketing strategy. You can just introduce these learners for creativity. Digital advertising, yes, this is an era of digitalization, and digital technology is enhancing every day. It is making our life, or our lives rather, very comfortable, and the societal and business impact of digital advertising, and types of digital advertising, the future of online advertising, and so on and forth. You can always talk about it. Then we have unit number 4, advertising research. If you really want to study any area, then we need to have research. There is no option. Okay, we cannot just go away and say that I am the master. I am the perfect person in this particular field. So unless and until you do research in certain activities like evaluating advertising effectiveness, importance of research in advertising, types of research, copy research and behavioral research, and so on and forth, psychographic segmentation, and so on and forth can be studied in this particular segment. The impact of ideology on advertisements, like various ideological issues and concerns. So yes, there are different. India is a country where different fabrics, different ethnicities are staying together. So there is always sometimes ideological clash, or some issues can arise. So we should tell them how it's a very it is like a mosaic, where everybody's culture is very important, and we are very beautifully woven together like a mosaic. So we need to understand the impact of ideology and how different ideologies are important for the sustenance of peace and everything. Then pre-testing and post-testing methods of evaluation, pre-testing methods for concept testing and copy testing. So these are all different segments dealing with different opinions of people, how we can test their opinions, and so on and forth. So research aspect, as you all know, that you can create questionnaire, or you can have interviews, and so on and forth, and you can come to the conclusion, or inferences can be brought by some research in this particular unit. Advertising budget, yes, for everything we need budget. If you want to conduct any activity, we need a budget. And similarly, advertising is a very big thing. And but then we will just introduce learners. The idea behind having this particular unit is that we should introduce our BA students to budgeting. How budget is done, how data and everything is prepared, presentation, approval for the budget, budget execution, control of budget, and so on and forth. All these segments, all these important topics can be covered in this particular unit. Methods of framing the advertising budget. So you should know how to advertise, because we don't have commerce background where budgeting can be done, accounting can be done. But if we teach them, definitely they would understand affordable methods, what are the affordable methods, and competitive parity methods, return on investment method, objective and task method, judgment method. So everything is very easily available. These topics are chosen, and the material and everything is very, very easily available. Students can read them, and you can just Google it, or you can just have seminal books. The list is given at the end of the presentation. Approaches to advertising budget. Traditional approach, different approaches are there, modern approach, Markham budgeting, and so on and forth. So these aspects can be covered. And practical segment, this unit is to be considered for the assignment, not for assessment basically, and examination. It is only for practical purpose. You can take them to advertising agency, or you can give them group presentation for copywriting. Creating an electronic advertisement and displaying it to the class via an electronic communication medium could be one of the practical, practicals given to them, or practical segment can cover this. So this is again semester 4 paper pattern. It would carry 100 marks. Duration would be 3 hours, and again same pattern is there the way we had in semester 3, 1 essay or 2 short notes on unit number 1, and you can just have a look at it, either short notes or 1 essay type on each unit. So 100 marks. So these are some references. These seminal books are available very easily. They are not very rare books. So we saw to it that or we have always taken into consideration that material should be available for students. Otherwise, what happens? Students get very students are always very under pressure that there is no material, and that's why sometimes some courses or some subjects are not given that kind of an interest or that kind of a favor. So definitely, yes, material is very much available, and you can always ask syllabus framing committee also. Yes, I am always available. We can always share with the permission of the chairperson, Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir, for material provision and so on and forth. So these are some references we have taken, and syllabus prepared by these members, like under the leadership of, as I said, convener of the paper, Dr. Sudhir Nikam, under whose guidance we have worked together, along with me, Dr. Seema Sharma and Rameshwar Solanki and Manoj Suryavanshi sir. All of them were there, and we could able to contribute whatever we whatever was expected from us by Dr. Sudhir sir. So that is one thing, and thank you very much for having me here. And this is Dr. Kaira Shaute, Vice Principal, CHM College, Ulhasnagar, Associate Professor in the Department of English. Thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I hope I covered all the points, Shailesh sir.
Yes, absolutely. You have covered most of the points. Thank you, sir, for those insights, and in the very nick of the time you have made it, and I'm extremely thankful for all those presentations and all your cooperation that you have done throughout this one. So with this, we are coming on to our first session that was interrupted due to some internet connections on its part. So we are going to start the first session. I request Dr. Hanigave sir to please continue his presentation.
I hope I'm audible and I'm visible also. Am I audible, sir? Please, somebody can confirm whether I'm audible or not, and my presentation visible or not.
You are audible.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, at the outset, let me express my sincere apologies that I could not complete my first session, which was allotted to me. But as a punishment, I have been waiting till the end of the entire session, where half of the participants have already, I think, moved out of the this, because all these technical glitches are not either in my hand or anybody's hand, though we are living in a digital India, though we are talking about the 5G or 4G. But of course, we understand these are the technicalities which it is difficult to. But just I'll take your few minutes, that is not beyond even 5 minutes. 3 to 4 minutes I'll take it, and then I'll finish it up, whatever the thing has been allotted to me. This Eugene O'Neill's The Hairy Ape is being introduced to this one. The reason is very simple, because this entire play is of expressionist in nature, and Eugene O'Neill being one of the exponents of the American kind of a drama. And this also moves around the existentialism, masculinity, social recession by industrialization, racial degenerations, and many other themes. That is the reason we have introduced this to this entire in this one. And then you have the resin in the this is they actually this if you see the drama, the resin. See, this Raisin in the Sun is basically written by, of course, it's a Lauren Hansberry. The reason why we introduce this is one of the drama which actually talks about housing discrimination, racism, assimilations. So it is considered as one of the best plays of the America, which actually talks about the colored people. So there is another twist that which we are trying to bring it to the entire the new learners, especially from a perspective of the colored audiences. Okay, so that's the reason, and this is being brought to this one. And then moving to the next part of it, the resources are available here. Of course, Girish Karnad's Flowers is a very well known, and everybody is aware about that. This, of course, is the beautiful kind of a drama which has been written, and then the very idea for going for a unit 3, especially with a literature in translation, was just to make sure that we are also aware about the Indian dramas in the Indian English. Okay, and then you have another playwright here, Halfway House, Adhe Adhure. Again, this is a translation drama. The reason is just to introduce the modern dramas of the English. And then you have the various resources available over here. Then the other one is The Lion and the Jewel, and then the Removalist. Especially again, this removalist is from Australia. All Soyenkas is from the Nigeria. This, if you could see The Lion and the Jewel, this is the most prominent kind of a drama which is written by the Old Soyenka. And this drama talks about most of the various issues of the people, especially if you see the people, those who are racially discriminated, and then how in Africa's rapid industrialization, rapid evangelization of the population, and then how there is a big driven wedge between the traditionalist and then the modernist one. So these are some of the very important themes that this drama talks about. So that's the reason we have given this a place over here. And the next one is the Removalist, which is again very beautiful kind of a drama. This remove list is again the reason is just to take the learner out of all these continents towards the this new new kind of new kind of a drama with Australian drama, so that they are also introduced with the various themes of that. So with this we are, and then the lots of, see, for remote list you have lots of resources available either on the eGAN course, and even the text is also available. Also Enca's, these resources are also available. These resources you can directly click in and you can have the resources for your teaching purpose. And then the last one is about the evaluation of this entire paper. This is for 100 marks, of course. And question number 1 will be on short notes, and question number 2 will be on an essay. Question number 3 will be on again essay type question. Question number 4 and 5 will be short notes on unit 2 and unit 3, so that a good amount of weightage is given to unit 2 and unit 3. And unit 1 will always remain as a short notes for it. So that is the reason we have created this kind of this entire structure for this, introducing the drama to the learners at the undergraduate level. So thank you so much, and thank you me at least allowing me to the end to conclude where I left about it. I understand it's too much of time that which we already have undergone, and I think it's a time for us to disperse and then have any kind of questions you have. You always directly can contact me, or else you can talk to me now also, not a problem. And also you can directly write it to me. Okay, you can reach me on phone anytime. Okay, if you have any kind of questions. And this, the entire slide will be, I'll be forwarding it to the convener of this workshop, so that he will share with all the teachers, and all the teachers can have ready access to the material for as well as the distribution purpose, because all the entire teaching material is in the public domain, which I have just indicated. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Winner.
Thank you very much, sir. All those participants, if they have any questions or any queries, our WhatsApp group is open, as well as our convener and all those presenters are open. So all participants can ask their questions to the resource persons as well as WhatsApp group also. So with this, we are coming up at the particular point where we had to call this particular meeting with a vote of thanks. So I request my colleague Sudharma Kare sir to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. It is very essential to extend our vote of thanks to the participants and organizers of the program for the success of the program. I thank my I thank to BOS Chairman, University of Mumbai, Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir, for given an opportunity to organize our program. I also thank to the BOS members for their support, Dr. Rajesh Karankal, Dr. Santosh Rathore sir, Dr. Bhagyashree Verma ma'am, Dr. Deepa Mishra, Dr. B.N. Gaikwad, Dr. to our principal, Dr. M.R. Mishram sir, convener of the workshop of organizing the workshop. I also thank to our vice principal, Dr. Hemant Mukne. I thank all the dignitaries, speakers, resource persons who enlighten us for the new syllabus of SYBA English. Dr. Satyavan Hanigavi sir, Professor Shailesh Bagdane, Professor Kamlakar Chavan sir, Dr. Sucharita Sarkar ma'am, Dr. Dinesh Kumar sir, Dr. Professor Ananda B. Pandre sir, Dr. Deepna Rao ma'am, Dr. Kailas Aute, for their best knowledge and enlighten us for the success of the program. I also thank all the participants of the webinar for the attending and the success of the webinar. I also thank the organizing committee of the program, Professor M.K. Vaksaure sir, technical coordinator, Professor Sandeep Shinde sir, and Professor Sagar Karlak sir, for the well arrangement of the webinar and technical support. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
With this,
I conclude that this workshop is over. The feedback link will be shared in the group, so all the participants can submit their feedback, and you will receive this attendance certificate after 1 or 2 days. Thank you.